Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We see that participants are still in the process of joining. So let's give them some time and let's start the session at 9:05. Please bear with us. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. behalf of Sri Lanka CERT, operating under the Ministry of Technology, let us warmly welcome everyone for the 14th Annual National Conference 2021. I'm Dayalan.
And I'm Nilushi Bandara, and we will be
your host. Thank you. So first and foremost, let us warmly welcome the guest of honor, Jayanthi De Silva, the Secretary, Ministry of Technology.
And a special mention goes out to the Chairman of Sri Lanka CERT, Mr. Rohan Muthaya, and the Board of Directors who joined us today. We would also like to cordially welcome our sponsors, Ashok Kalhari and the team from Cisco Networking Academy.
Shihan Anand and team from Delta Spike.
Mr. Qasim from DDFT.
Inosh Praveen from
Articulate. Maurice Campbell and team from Cyber for Dev.
Christopher Lee from Who Are We?
Al from Cyber Rangers.
And we have
Lanka Jayasinghe
from SLT and Mobitel.
We also have Priyanka Gunasekara and team from VSIS. And
Sujit Christie and his team from IC Squared chapter.
So our theme for this year is, ladies and gentlemen, striving with hope. So without further ado,
I would like to call upon our CEO of Sri Lanka CERT to speak a few words and to open the conference. Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Mr. Jayanthi De Silva, Secretary, Ministry of Technology, Honorable Sir, Chairman and Board of Directors of Sri Lanka CERT, sponsors, invitees, and participants. This is the 14th National Cybersecurity Conference organized by Sri Lanka Computer Emergency Response Team. This is arranged as part of our Cybersecurity Week 2021. Sri Lanka CERT is an agency under the purview of Ministry of Technology. We are being led by two great visionaries. His Excellency, the President, is the Minister of Technology, and he is supported by Mr. Jayanthi De Silva as the Secretary, Ministry of Technology. Mr. Jayanthi De Silva has a wealth of experience in the information technology industry. Under their leadership and guidance, Sri Lanka CERT has continued its initiatives to implement the National Cybersecurity Strategy, which is a 5-year plan for the period 2019 to 2023. In this context, Cybersecurity Week is an annual event arranged by Sri Lanka CERT to increase the cybersecurity awareness, to introduce new technologies and trends, to support capacity building, and to share knowledge and experiences across various industry sectors. Sri Lanka CERT has observed an increasing trend in the number and the types of attacks carried out against our digital systems, especially this year. As Sri Lanka moves towards its transformation on digital services, there will be more and more information and cybersecurity attacks on our systems unless we ensure the protection of our cyberspace. As Sri Lanka CERT, all our efforts are to ensure the safety and security of our cyberspace so that it can be used for delivering services digitally, efficiently, and effectively. This year's conference brings together professionals from various industry sectors to share their knowledge. We have adopted the virtual format for this conference due to the prevailing situation created by COVID-19. However, it is very encouraging to note the large number of participants attending the events conducted during the last 2 days. This shows that as a country, Sri Lanka is rapidly moving towards enhancing our cyber readiness and resilience. I request all participants to make use of this opportunity to enhance your knowledge by attending the sessions of this conference. Thank you.
Once again, we would like to warmly welcome our guest of honor, Jayantha De Silva, the Secretary to the Ministry of Technology. So thank you for coming on board despite your busy schedule. So, Tal, without any further ado, let us invite our guest of honor, Mr. Jayantha De Silva. Sir, we'd like to invite you to address the audience. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Good morning to all of you. I'm extremely pleased to be part of this great event. Mainly, our focus is actually to protect our own cyberspace. And I congratulate Sri Lanka CERT, which is a part of the ministry, for organizing this event. And let me first thank all the members of Sri Lanka CERT, the chairman, the CEO, and the board of members, and many others who have helped us in having this event today. As you know, the Ministry of Technology, which was formed just about 10 months ago, has gone into major strides in pursuing with the direction and the goals of this government. His Excellency the President, who is also the Minister and also the Digital Ministry, which comes under Honorable Minister Nama Rajapaksa, has been giving all support to all of us to go in this direction. And one of the key institutes under this ministry is the Sri Lankan CERT. Now, when you talk about, rather than talk about the technical aspects of cybersecurity, where you have very eminent speakers today, I would rather address my speech to address what we as a ministry, and especially Sri Lanka CERT is having plans for the next 5 years as a strategy. As you know, many projects that were to be done in the past, I would say we have reactivated, and some very new projects have been lined. Most of you would know one of the largest is actually the unique ID or the digital ID, which we would have to be very proactive in this, especially in the cybersecurity aspects of the concerns that we have. It's going to be used by almost all citizens of this country with three biometrics coming into the ID card, and as such, we may need more and more security as well as to be more and more proactive. One of the other large projects that we are doing is the court automation, which is going to be a huge project, which would enable Sri Lanka to boast that we are going to have one of the most transparent court systems in the world, or justice transparent systems in the world. Some other projects that we are also handling is actually the Grama Niladhari projects for 14,000, connecting all the schools, 10,250 schools by fiber, and also the technoparks. We are bringing one of the most innovative projects in Sri Lanka. Now, I can spell out many other projects that we are doing parallelly. So all these new way of thinking, the projects, the functionalities, would obviously invite a lot of people in the cyber sphere to be very, very active, as you may know what I'm trying to say. So we have to be very, very proactive. So Sri Lanka CERT is one of the agencies who are actually working in this very heavily, and I would again thank Sri Lankan CERT for being a very active organization in this direction. Just to mention few things, some of the challenges that we are facing. As you know, security in whatever form, whether it's cyber or physical security, the agencies like ours should be proactive than the real, if I use the word, the culprits. Now, that only would not help us, because we have to have the law in place. We have to educate the lawyers. We have to educate the judges. And we have to educate the normal people in exactly the threats and what about cybersecurity. So this again, the ministry has taken over the responsibilities. As we feel today, it's the technology ministry who is responsible for citizens as well as our country and the companies and entities. So we have taken a huge responsibility on our shoulders. But this alone cannot, technology ministry alone could not handle this. So I call upon all of you to help us. Because when you take physical security, we know that the defense forces we have is one of the best in the world. And the expertise also comes from the defense services personnel. But when it comes to cyber security, we very honestly accept that the expertise is not only within us. We have to get the expertise from internationally, maybe from our own experts. So it's extremely important that the Ministry of Technology work very closely with the outside consultants who are always ready to help us. So I call upon the outside or external consultants to join hands in helping this country and helping our people. Especially, we have to have the awareness, because awareness is a key thing in counterattacking security in whatever form that is coming on. We have to be proactive. So I call upon all of us to be part of this cybersecurity protection system, also protecting our own cyberspace. Thanking all of you who are here today. I congratulate Sri Lanka CERT again and all the sponsors. I thank you for helping us, and I wish you this event and your and especially your team in striving striving hard to make sure that this endeavor would be very successful. Thank you, and all the very best to you.
Thank you. On behalf of Sri Lanka CERT and our distinguished audience, let me take this opportunity to thank Mr. Jayanta De Silva. So thank you very much for gracing us with your presence despite your busy schedule. Thank you once again, sir.
Okay, and with that, let us also remind our audience, if you do want to find out the programs for today, please visit our site, csw.cert.gov.lk. We are live streaming it on Facebook and our YouTube channel. So please watch them. Join us. And with that, Nilushi, what do we have?
So next, before we move on to the main segment, I would say we have some important and definitely exciting news. So we're going to announce the winners of the Hacking Challenge. Diamond?
Okay, that's going to be very interesting. So let me have the slides on. Good morning, everyone. Once again, we do want to highlight the work that has been done for the past 2 days. The Cybersecurity Week kicked off on the 25th of October, and we had the Hacking Challenge as a first event. Following that, we had a
fully fledged workshop. I would even call it I'd go as far as to call it a mini conference.
So we had digital forensics, and then we had CII, and also a public workshop, which was again live streamed on Facebook and YouTube. And we have a conference which will begin starting today till the 29th of October. So I want to give a few highlights about the Hacking Challenge. So we've had around 56 teams that were part of this competition, and out of which 60% of them were students.
And only 40% were actually professionals. So guys, you all see the numbers.
And also, we had the challenge for 6 hours. The challenge included various things like intrusion detection, threat hunting, log analysis. We had malware analysis,
exploitation,
ELK, and so on. So the challenge had many things. And
I think, Darlan, before we move ahead, we need to thank our sponsor, Cyber Rangers, for coming on board with us with the platform and giving us technical assistance also to carry out this Hacking Challenge. So Marcelo and the team, thank you very much for coming on board despite the short notice.
Certainly, Nilushi. So now I think we are back with the scores. Let's see what has happened with the teams. And this is what was displayed during the Hacking Challenge, and as it ended on the 25th. And these were the results that were highlighted, and they remain the same. Yes. We also told our participants that the scores will be cross-checked again just to make sure that they are right. So there was a manual verification that was done, but the results remain the same. So let's open up the next slide. And so the winners of the competition for 2021 are ETC, right? Again, they're professionals. Then second place goes to Hackon. Again, that's another private company in Sri Lanka, placing at the second.
And this is the most interesting part, Darlan. Looks like we have 3 people in third place.
3 ties, yes, certainly. So we have Black Flyers,
Sky Warriors,
and Black Flyer with the same name but without the space, but there is another team.
It's very interesting because they're all flyers for some reason.
Not sure what's behind them. What we want to say is that we congratulate all of you for being part and
for winning. I mean, there are 56 teams. Given the timing, given the efforts that you all put in, this is brilliant, guys. I would like not just the winners, Dal, and I think we need to thank all 56 teams for their. We need to appreciate their efforts and enthusiasm.
Certainly, Nilushi, it's not about winning; it's about the participation. And we've seen students have come on board. And this year challenge was a bit of a challenge for students in particular because we've seen things that has been used in the industry. So that was more of a reason why the professionals have done better than the students. And we've had a
better than the students in this instance.
You're right, exactly right. Thanks for correcting me. And having said this, we've had such an overwhelming response, and people have been asking us to host another hacking challenge. And we mentioned that there will be a hacking challenge once again, which will be hosted with the support of Cyber Ranger and also IC Squared. And the dates will be announced soon. So please watch for more information on our Facebook and also on our website. We will post them. And last not least, let me take a moment to thank Cyber Rangers for coming us and giving us this platform. Special thank to the CEO, Al, and also Marcelo. For being with us. The platform has been amazing. It's a next-gen
it was seamless, I would say. We did not encounter any technical issues. It was brilliantly executed. So thank you, Cyber Rangers, once again, and not just Al and Marcelo, but Ali also.
Certainly.
Al and Ali and George for coming on board with us that day.
So the team that worked behind, we thank you everyone who was part of Cyber Rangers. We thank you so much and for making this event a success. And also, I want to take a moment to thank Huawei for coming on board and for giving away prizes for all the winners. So winners, we will be in touch with you in due course and we will give away the prizes. And also, not forgetting to thank Cyber4Dev, who will be issuing certificates along with Cyber Rangers for all the participants and winners. So thank you so much. It's been a great event. And this is just an update of what we had on the 25th of October. Thank you. So with right. And we are a bit ahead of the time.
Exactly.
But certainly what we want to once again recognize on our sponsors. We want to thank Cisco Academy. We want to thank Delta Spike.
And the team, then Shihan Anand and the team from Delta Spike, Mr. Qasim from Delhi FT.
And we want to thank Inosh Praveen from Articulate.
Maurice Campbell and team from Cyber4Dev.
Christopher Lee and team from Huawei.
Al and the team from Cyber Rangers.
Lanka Jaisingha and team from SLT Mobitel.
Priyanka Gunasekara and team from VSIS.
And Sujit Christie and team from IC Squared. So we do want to say a big thank to all our sponsors to making this all possible.
Yes. And just to give you all a brief about the program, about the conference, today, or the first day of the conference is all about the current context of cybersecurity, about the threat landscape. So when we move on to the second day, which is tomorrow, it's about how we are dealing with the challenges, how we can strive forward with hope. And the third and the last day, which is Friday or the 29th, Darren, yes,
certainly,
is going to be about how we are going to cope up with challenges, how we can strive forward and make use of the opportunities that have been presented to us with this ever-changing landscape.
And also, Nilusha, I should say that the pandemic has had a huge shift in our lifestyle, in our working lifestyle. We've seen the hybrid environment. We've seen the challenges that education that has to go through, the payment systems. So the shift has
affected our entire life. There's no aspect of our life that has not changed due to the
certainly,
pandemic,
regardless of what we do and which department or. Having said that, we've also seen the digital transformation within this short period of time has made a lot of changes among organizations. We've seen companies thriving out and who have established themselves as entrepreneurs.
Exactly.
So there has been huge change.
Even though we think it's all about challenges, it's about how people have. It's the perspective that's important, I would say, because they've actually used these challenges and made them into opportunities, right?
Certainly, Nilusha, and this is what we need to do. I mean, not just complain about what has happened, but to see how do we break out those challenges and move forward, strive forward. So our theme for this year is striving with hope. And we believe that every one of you will come out of this pandemic, and certainly we all, and we will come team and we'll move forward.
Definitely. So, Darren, before we move on to our panel discussion, which is our next event, which is on COVID-19, which triggered the shift into a digital space, I would say. So yes, we'll go for a mini break. So it's almost like a refresher, guys. We will join you all in precisely 5 minutes, Darren.
Certainly, that'll be great. And we do want to tell you that this is going to begin with our panel discussion,
Yes.
The event, and we've got nominant speakers today. And we've
Eminent
got
speakers from the industry, veterans.
veterans, Sujit Christie leading, being the moderator, and we've got
Not just in the industry. When you talk about Sujit Christie, Darren, it's not just locally but internationally, not just in South Asia but worldwide. I would say he's an eminent personality.
he
And
is a veteran.
most of us.
Certainly, there's no doubt about it, Nilushi. Having said that, we also need to recognize our speakers here today, taking their busy schedules off, and they're here. So we are looking forward to this first panel discussion. So without any further ado, so let's take a break. And let's come back in.
Let's say at about 9:40, Darren. Would that be good?
That'll be great. So let's come back at 9:40. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. You're
And-
audible.
And see,
Yes, yes, quite clearly.
I'll have to put the banner first. Okay, thanks. Wait,
Nilushi, just doing a check. Is this banner okay?
Yes,
That's
Is that the
fine.
one? Is this the one you shared with me, or have I got the wrong one?
it's a different one, sir. I'll just share it with you.
No, no, it's
I'm-
okay. Let me look for it.
I'm having a stupid question, by the way. How to put the, because I hardly use WebEx, how to put the banner on the WebEx on iOS?
Okay.
So give us a minute, one.
I will send you the instructions, sir. I'll text it to you.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I couldn't get the banner in. I just have a virtual background. That is okay.
That's good.
That's perfectly fine.
Should be fine, Chandler.
Yeah, okay. No problem.
I will
Looks
send that.
nice, though. It looks great.
Thank you. We are waiting for Madhu.
So once again, we warmly welcome everyone to our National Cybersecurity Conference 2021. And as you all know, Sri Lanka CERT, operating under the Ministry of Technology, takes a moment once again to give you a warm welcome to all of you. And Nilushi, we are here to begin the conference, which is a
Yes.
panel discussion. We've got eminent speakers with a great moderator who does not need much of an introduction.
Darren, before we move on to the panel discussion, I would also like to take this opportunity to once again thank our sponsors for coming on board. So we have Ashok Kalhari and the team from Cisco Networking Academy, and then we have Shihan Anand and the team from Delta Spike,
We have Nista Kazim from Daily FD,
Inosh Praveen from Articulate,
Maurice Campbell and team from Cyber4 Dev,
Christopher Lee and team from Huawei,
and
Alan team from
Cyber Ninjas,
Lanka Jayasinghe and team from SLT Mobitel, Priyanka Gunasekara and team from VSIS, and last but not least,
Sujit Christie and team from IC Square.
yes, with that, we will move on our first segment for the day, the panel discussion.
And it's going to be on COVID-19 triggered shift to digital, the current threat landscape. And this has been something that has been spoken out. We are not going to say much because we want the speakers
We've got
and
eminent personalities
them
from
to
the
speak
industry.
about. So we've got them from different industry. If you take a look, the speakers do come from different industries, so which is what we wanted.
Various backgrounds, but veterans.
Seriously. And let's warmly welcome our moderator for this event, Mr. Sujit Christie, CISO, Security Advisor, and a veteran in this industry.
He needs no introduction.
Certainly. And also Madhu Ratnayaka, who will be one of the panelists. He's an Executive Vice President, CIO, GM of Virtusa, and also
Darren, he's the fourth distinguished technology leader and a CIO in the Asia Pacific. He has been recognized as the fourth distinguished leader in
and
the whole of Asia Pacific.
and we should be proud to have him as a board member as well.
Definitely.
So thank you and congratulations once again. And also Channa De Silva, a board member of Sri Lanka CERT and also CEO of Lanka Player. We have Goshan Arulnathan, CEO of Distance Learning Center. We have Clyde Maggie from cybersecurity expert of Cyber4 Dev.
And we have Anura Dialvis, Chief Digital Economy Officer, ICTA. Like I said again, the island, these personalities, eminent personalities, do not need any introduction from us. I don't think we can do justice, and we'll have to go on for quite some time.
Certainly, Nilushi. So with that and without any further ado, so let us hand over this to our moderator, Sujit Christie, over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dial. Thank you, Nilushi. Am I audible? Or do you
Yes,
check
yes,
first?
sir.
Yeah, right. So a few disclaimers. So while we do this panel, if you hear a cockerel in the background, he actually appears from nowhere, usually when I'm on a panel discussion, right? So you got to bear with me. That's on a lighter note, right? So I welcome the panelists. It's a distinguished panel, lots of experience, lots of global exposure. So I hope, we will have a lot of insights from them, which will benefit the participants. There you go. Right? So I want to just pick on some of the points which the Honorable Secretary to the Ministry of Technology, Mr. Jayanta De Silva, spoke this morning in his opening remarks. He mentioned about the plans for the next 5 years. And some of them are very interesting and important projects. We are talking about unique ID, which means the digital ID. He's talking about transparent judicial system. He's also talking about Gramadilari Connect, connecting all the Gramadilaris, then connecting all the schools, and also connecting the technoparks. These are few highlights in terms of the projects which the government has in plan, right? And then he also spoke a lot in terms of the challenges, right? And he also gave credit to our security forces, the physical forces, and he stated that we have one of the best security forces. But he also said we are faced with a challenge when it comes to the cyber security, right? So where we need to depend on the local skills, also collaborate with regional and international talent or the professionals to address the emerging cyber threats. And in the context of that, he was also talking about the importance of having a proactive awareness, so that we need to create awareness amongst all stakeholders, right? Not just necessarily the judiciary, but also the citizens at large, the corporates, and the government entities. So when we talk about the subject, the COVID-19, definitely, people say that was the root cause of all the digital transformation. But when we look at the COVID-19 per se as an infection or as a disease, I think that there's cure, right? People have found cure. The science has actually helped us to find a solution for the problem. But when you look at the cybersecurity, we are yet to see a solution, right? It seems to be eluding all the time, right? So you try and fix one, then there's a new one, right? And people have been able to evolve and have sophisticated ways of, targeting the organizations. So when we look at the global statistics, there are several incidents, right? I mean, during the lockdown period in 2020, there were major breaches, right? Which had large corporates, global Fortune companies involved, governments involved in it, right? They were victims of it. Now, in that context, Madhu, I'm actually, turning to you. Are you there on the panel? Yeah, Madhu. Right. So the question which I would like to ask you is, the organizations had a governance structure, both private and public sector, right? In terms of an organization chart driven through policies to achieve the business objectives. Now, most of these security policies, so to say, were structured to address an organization which should function more from a physical location, a secure location. But with the lockdown, we started seeing the whole organization shift to work from home situation. So it was more away from a secure location. How did you see, or how do you see organization transforming their policy framework to address the future requirements with respect to the digital transformation? Madhu?
Yeah, thanks, Christy. Thanks for that question. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can. Yes.
Yeah, video is having a little trouble. I'll get that working.
No worries at all, Madhu.
Yeah, so I think, COVID had certainly changed a lot of the assumptions that we've had and businesses had. And among many is really about going digital, right? So that really created a massive opportunity for many companies to deliver services digitally and work remotely. And while there has been a devastating impact across the globe, there has been some paradigms got pushed and really gotten into a different level. So I think when you come to really looking at security and the how do we protect that digital, increasingly digital assets and services that you have as a company, I think we'll have to start kind of rethinking quite a bit. I think there's the four things I'd like to highlight. So just to your question, one, obviously, companies have gone a lot more digital. They have put up a lot more services out there in the digital arena. And obviously, they've gone a lot more remote and really started doing work from many places compared to your traditional office setup. What had that driven is to really create a very vast and increasing threat landscape for most companies, whether you had thought about it and did that, or whether you get forced into it, your threat landscape has dramatically changed over the last couple of years, right? And so that had created a risk that would hitherto, which people haven't focused on, and most companies haven't focused on. So that's one big challenge, right? The second, with obviously threat landscape increasing, the real attacks have increased as well, right? There has been a significant uptake in attacks in the last year and a half or so. In one stat that I saw in one report, there's been about 600% increase in attacks in the last 18 months, and predominantly in Asia, because especially things like ransomware attacks, there is a tendency for companies to pay and kind of get on with it. As a result, obviously, the attacks have also increased in this part of the world. So that's the other paradigm that business leaders needs to focus on. The third thing, I think, is increasing in regulatory focus by the governments around data privacy, data protection, and you can see that happening in most Asian countries, especially we see India, Sri Lanka is right now in the forefront of kind of putting out their data protection acts, which again hold business law more accountable for safeguarding data and privacy of the data that they collect and individuals' privacy. So that's a third dimension, I think, that comes into the equation. And the final thing, while these all are major challenges, the other bigger challenge is that the lack of talent availability in the cybersecurity space, right? You don't, really, if you thought that the other three are bad and this is really compound that issue, so you don't really have talent. Even if you want to address this, it's very difficult for you to go and address it because you don't have the required talent available. So this is, in my mind, is kind of a perfect storm, right? In one hand, the regulation goes up, your threat landscape has increased, your attacks are increasing, and you don't have people to deal with it, right? And it's really, even if you want to focus, it's a hard thing to focus on. So I think from that perspective, it's a big issue, right? And I think business leaders needs to figure out how to address that as we go forward. So that, from a context and focus and how do you address that is, I guess, is the biggest challenge that's facing business and security leaders today. At least that's the way that we see it, and some of our partners see it.
Madhu, thank you for your thoughts. Right. So what I heard from you is it's a multifaceted issue that every business leader is now struggling to address. I don't think we have one solution to fix all these issues, right? On one hand, we are looking at the government's increasing the regulatory requirements. of governance from that perspective. On the other hand, we are also seeing emergence of new threats, sophisticated attack methods, and the landscape has now become much larger than what it was pre-COVID situation. So shifting from here with those thoughts, I also recently read in a report which was published by CloudStrike, where they're talking about e-crime. E-crime had accounted for 75% of interactive intrusion activity. So of which 1% was contributed by hacktivist activity. So the balance were maybe state actors and other actors. Right? So just to give you context, right? So when I talk about a hacktivist, they just undertake attacks to gain momentum, visibility, or publicity, right? To propagate their ideology. But when you're talking about targeted state-sponsored intrusion activities, it's typically we are talking about cyber espionage, state nexus destruction attacks, and currency generation to support a regime. Or when you talk specifically from e-crime perspective, we are talking financially motivated criminal intrusion activity. Now, one of the things which we have seen, or even slightly before the COVID related activities, we saw the financial institutions taking to digital transformation. We saw a lot of fintech activities. So Chana, I'm just coming to you on this, right? So there's so much transformation which has happened in Sri Lanka, where you have been instrumental in ensuring that just not the citizens, but also the corporates had an opportunity to digitally transact or transact digitally. What do you see, or what challenges did you foresee? Because some of these things were forethought, right? I mean, I would say these were visions, what we wanted to achieve. But then COVID came, and I think you were in the right place because you had already laid the platform. It was ready to be used. And I think it enabled businesses and also the citizens to transact seamlessly. Chanda, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, right. Thanks. Thanks for questions, Sujit. So I think, as most of you may be aware, in terms of the threat landscape, as I think Madhu also highlighted, has sort of significantly increased in the financial sector. So obviously, when COVID hit, the number of transactions and number of people engaged in the whole ecosystem, engaging in electronic transactions, multiplied by many folds. So it's an exponential growth, I would say, since March of last year. We've seen staggering growth, internet banking to many other forms of transactions happening, across the entire financial sector. So while we saw the threat landscape increasing, actually we also saw some of the hackers basically publishing more than 1 million cards that were stolen in previous years as a generous activity on the internet, and what I gather is it's more than actually 50% were still active, the previously stolen data. So while that happened, so the main challenge that we faced in terms of the financial sector was because even to safeguard, we had a lot of people issues, right? A lot of people were affected by the pandemic. Staff of banks, and they were sort of down to few people. Sometimes the entire IT department they had to sort of close down almost because they had to quarantine and so on because some of these guys exposed. So that was from a physical perspective. Even though the threat landscape increased, the ability to address this really got dilapidated because some of this actually majority of the bank staff got affected, especially the IT departments who probably primarily in charge of security. But I think I would like to sort of highlight an aspect that really we saw happening, especially during the last 1 year or slightly over that. I think the breach of hacking into card databases and so on is a standard thing. but we saw massive amount of social engineering attacks happening, right? Because what we saw, at least in our market, I'm sure this is prevalent in other places as well, we saw non-tech savvy people getting into transactions, right? So in that space, we saw a lot of fraudsters coming up with schemes like, on Facebook, they published that you get a loan in 5 minutes. You don't need any collateral. You don't need any documentation. You are granted a loan in 5 minutes, and please share your banking credentials, right? So and some of these gullible people who are not non-tech savvy and sort of got caught to some of these major scams, and we found that they even contacted these people through WhatsApp and obtained not only the credentials of their bank details, but also some of the one-time passwords and PIN numbers were shared through WhatsApp in the pretext of giving them a loan. And even in the case of some of the social there are people who collect funds for certain types of operations like kidney transplants and so on. And some of these people who request for funds were contacted by these fraudsters and obtained their banking credential, including passwords, and they sort of cleaned up their accounts. I mean, this actually happened, and some of them were reported to Sri Lanka CERT as well as CID and TRCSL, and the investigations are still undergoing. So I think that the critical part is, while we maintain security, absolutely, ensuring that the data is protected, I think that there's a huge education process. I mean, we have started that. We have actually come up with videos. We have come up with, all the banks have come up with banners, and even the SMSs that are sent, please do not share this with anybody. Even beside that, even the message that says, please do not share this with anybody has been shared through WhatsApp by some people, including the OTPs, right? So I think that's a significant area that we need to address in terms of awareness creation, because no security can actually prevent, very difficult to prevent social engineering. So I think that is a significant area we need to really look at, especially from the financial sector, because obviously, people do this for financial gain. I mean, maybe ransomware comes to that, but from a social engineering perspective, I think we have seen huge increase of people trying to steal money from others by getting their information by fraudulent means. And people are also, the gullible people have also shared. So I think we really saw this happening, and I think it's going to increase, especially more and more people coming in. And also we are looking at going into rural areas because, as you are aware, in Sri Lanka, more than 80% of the population live in rural areas. So one of the areas of central bank is to go, in terms of financial inclusivity, go to rural areas. So when you go there, you would find more and more people, non-tech, savvy people coming into these transactions, and they will be more and more gullible. So I think while safeguarding the systems, I think this is an area certainly we need to address collectively in terms of safeguarding people's interests. So I think that's an area I wanted to touch today, Sujit.
Shana, you spoke of several things, right? What I see is ignorance, right? So that's something even Mr. Jayantha Silva also spoke of in terms of creating awareness with the stakeholders. And I think that is going to require a lot of effort. Now, as you kept talking about SMS-based fraudulent activities, yesterday I myself received 2 SMSs saying that if I do not repay my loans, that my account will be closed. And it came from 2 different individuals, but the content is still the same. So I was thinking to myself, hello, wrong number, right? But if it had actually gone to a person who had a loan, they definitely would be very frantic about it. And today, the times are so hard, so difficult. People are struggling with respect to the financial status, right? So that's becoming a challenge. And also touching on the same thing, I also see in certain reports that mobile-based vulnerabilities or mobile-based malware attacks are also increasing. And it has been a watering hole and an opportunity for people to target, or the attackers to target, the people who are on the mobile platforms or the mobile devices. Now I'm just slowly moving on to Gershan, right? Gershan, are you in already? Okay, Gershan. No worries. Okay. Chana, is it okay if I move on to you? Sorry, I mean, Anur, can I just come to you on this question? So, Anur, I mean, so we are seeing a wide range of mobile adoption, right? And there's a lot of transformation journey which is taking place.
Right.
What in your mind, what people should be focused when they actually embark on this journey? I know it's a very broad question I have asked you, but I'd like to hear from you, some of the insights which you can actually bring to the table, because you have been in several roles and you handle very large projects and you actually interact with diverse professionals across the globe, right? So I'd like to hear from you, your experience. What are those things what people should be looking out to, or as a preventive measure or whatever ways, their journey for digital transformation?
Right. Yes, thanks. Good morning to everyone who's joining. And am I audible? And video?
Yes, Andre, you are. You're looking great. Thank you.
Before I jump into that, I thought, which is my duty to give 3 points to start the conversation from my side, Christy. Firstly, what is digital economy, in taking about 10 seconds to explain when people asking what's digital. I mean, simple way of explaining this for the layman is that I'm sure many people joining here might be tech savvy experts, but let me tell you, it's basically you're doing day-to-day activities that you used to do traditional ways and means, from grocery to banking to your interactions to social networking, everything via the electronic means. It's a simple definition I'm giving, right? It can be smartphone, it can be your tablet, it can be your laptop, it can be anything. Now you asked a particular question around mobile. So it can be laptop, it can be your mobile device, it can be your tablet. That's the first thing I want to establish. Second thing is digital versus the compromises. What it means is that I have a very tough task at my hand, Christy, because one side we have to drive the digital transformation to take that journey towards the end goal, which I said. How do you make everyone's life running on electronic digital platforms to their day-to-day life, whether it's private or personal or the business? Now, when you go on that journey, what you compromise is a question. So I see there are two things you compromise. I think one thing which is not to the scope of this discussion, but for the record I'll mention, it's about the toxic behavior of the people, which is I call it where parents, adults, children, everyone needs digital detoxification, because you go too much and being addicted, and I'm actually a part of that myself as well. So let's not talk about that, which is not part of this conversation. The other side is the information security and privacy that you compromise. So how to strike a balance between this is the challenge that I deal with every day with the government institutes, the resource building that I work with, the private sector, industry, and the people I talk and deal with. So that's a second point. And the third one I want to establish before I go forward is, Christy, there's a medical phrase, you have seen it from our childhood, saying that prevention is better than cure. I think this phrase applies to information security as well, which means that, which we can talk later, how do you get left shift and information security by design, right? So that you know that you're preventing rather than something happening. So I'll bring to that aspect to the schools, the children, education, women business, all of that later when time comes, as time comes. But your question now, simple answer is that in the mobile adoption, with the digital for everyone journey that we take for the country, which means for farmer, right now as we speak, Christy, not many know that 400 farmers in Mahaveli villages are using an app for marketplace. For the last 4 weeks, we have been training them so that they can sell their harvest. So what does it mean? You are using a lot of mobile devices, and you sometimes may not may or may not know that you're compromising. So the challenge is, Chrissy, that how do you educate? And my role is not, because when you get to the Kyo part, that comes mainly into the, any transformation, you have technology, people, and process. My colleagues in ICT looks after technology, and that is Rohantha and the CTO. And then when it comes to Kanchana, he looks after the process, and again, the how to automate the government side. But people is the most important part for me. So to your question, I think, yes, we see a increased amount of mobile adoption, like 40 to 60% of the telco growth in the last 6 months, transactions and use of telco. We are emphasizing digital for everyone, to everyone, like I said, farmers, to the children, to the parents, to the, so how do you prevent that happening is my focus. So the education, also bringing these, some of the data protection, certain aspects of that. So Christy, to your answer, yes, there is a huge increase, and yes, we are hugely involved with the public and the private sector, educating them to prevent these issues. I give a broad and general answer.
No,
so that
interesting answer, right? I mean, I picked a few good things from your conversation, right? You mentioned there is a 40 to 60% of increased mobile adoption. And then you also mentioned that there are about 400 farmers who are already using technology, mobile technology, to do various transactions, right? So if the agri field is adopting technology, moving on, I guess the education sector, I'm going to bring in Gershan. I think Gershan is already on the call right now. So I think there's a wider, I mean, they were compelled to adopt, right? I mean, they had no choice. When we said, okay, work from home, lockdown, education couldn't be stopped, except maybe the examinations were delayed, but otherwise, people had to embrace technology. So while the adoption of technology has been significantly very high, awareness has been really lacking. One, in terms of how to use the technology and how to use it securely, right? And you did mention prevention is better than cure. I guess today we have, a lot of people have adopted, but some of them are caught up in digital toxic behavior, right? I mean, one is addiction in terms of digital device, the other one in terms of toxic behavior. Gershan, if I can have you on camera, the point what I want to discuss with you is the education, the education sector, so to say, right? And they're all now on the digital platform, whether they like it or not. They're on it. Whether that's the right way of teaching the students or not, that's a separate discussion. But I'm going to be talking more from the challenges which you are seeing right now by people being brought into the digital platform overnight. So what are the challenges you are seeing amongst the children and amongst the teachers? And also in between, you have the parents. So can you share some thoughts on that question?
Yes, Christy, thank you. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Now, I want to come into the subject from the point of view of adoption that you were talking about. Now, if you look at adoption, there is a supply and demand side and the demand side. Now, if you look at the consumption, the demand side of this adoption, demand side is very high. People are ready to consume types of cellular transactions. We saw before the pandemic, people were ready. And that also will alleviate a lot of logistical problems, cost, and also the satisfaction level of people might go up with these services. However, the problem is in the supply side. There is an adoption part of the supply also. So same thing applies to education. Education, of course, before this pandemic, these were all posh, conversations, narratives of going digital and getting students involved. After lights the schools, that means after school you get a top teacher to teach somebody maths and science, and taking away the barrier between the outstation far away, the punishment stations that they call during the colonial time, Dushkara Palata, taking away the barriers or the gaps between these schools. And so these were all very posh. Suddenly, 2020, this was thrust upon us as mainstream. Therefore, obviously, we were not fully prepared, but there was the human side. While children were ready to join classes and all that, teachers had to, or the schools had to cope up with an unstructured situation. This was, they had to improvise. So teachers, for instance, started school at 5:30 in the morning, so that they could cook in the late in the morning and then go on to other classes in the evening. They had to use their own devices. They had to use their own data packages to do this. So supply side is always lagging. So before we go into the cybersecurity, we should look at the structures. And also soon after, just before this came up in 2019 October, my organization, we were asked by the Education Ministry to look at 8 schools in the Mullaitivu, in the background, the border area, where whether we could connect them to some schools in Colombo. So because this was Dushkara Palata, they had language barrier because they had gone into the Jaffna district. They come under, previously they were under Anuradhapura. So I'm talking about practical side of things because education should be, we have to look at it from that point also. Then we proposed, connecting these schools, and we had to open up a signal line from the army and all that. But now, where are these people? Where are these children? All the schools are closed. So when we went to Jaffna during the pandemic, just there was a lull. So when we went to the district secretariat and we were taken to the Computer Resource Center of the Education Department, where they got the private sector involved, and they tried to bridge this gap. The video lessons were done and all that. But still, when we went to the education department, their statistics showed only 40% joined the classes when they looked at the statistics. So the 60% couldn't join. So there is a basic underlying problem. While we are talking about cybersecurity, there's a huge gap in doing classes. Then what about exams? Now, we are also an exam center for, we are doing a lot of public good. We are trying to run these exams even if the country locks down. So that, and we are looking at how we can protect ourselves. But still, the children have to travel to the center, exam center. We tried the home proctoring, but with children it might not work. With adults, it works. So there is a structural problem that we have. Plus, the things at policy of secure what have. Of course, cybersecurity goes parallel. That's paramount. And I go very well with Aruna, saying that security starts at home. Cybersecurity starts at home. Between ages 1 to 5, we have to inculcate the secure behavior from home, because now the digital era brings everything to the bedroom. No longer it's in the closet; it's in the bedroom. So we need to make sure that whatever how we behave at home would change, and the way the pandemic changed our behavior, even the way Sri Lankans queue up, not bundled together and lumped together. there's a huge cultural change that needs to come. I hope I have answered and given some thoughts to think through this session.
Lots of thoughts to
Thank you very
reflect,
much.
right? So I'm going to pick something from here and move on to Clade. All right. So you spoke about the need for awareness, right? So you also spoke about that that not many people were also attending classes. I mean, I just want to share a lighter note here. So my children also are studying online, right? My younger one is now 17, and so there are times like they've got to be in front of the camera and that they can't even move away. That's a rule. So he even went to the extent of creating a video motion clip, and he just put it there, and then he walks around the house. Right? So how do you actually determine that the students are in attendance all the time, right? So it's a huge challenge, right? So while the younger generation will find ways to challenge the technology, I guess, I mean, our generation, we were mostly challenged by the technology, but they will challenge the technology. Clade, I'm just coming to you with several questions which I have picked up from the thoughts, shared by Madhu, Channa, and also Gershan and Anura. Right? One of the things I picked up very strongly is the toxic behavior, digital toxic behavior. Right? That's one. And also, we are also seeing the subject of deep fake. And there's a lot in terms of the deep fake. And today, the adversaries are trying to weaponize the deep fakes in their favor. Right? So on one hand, we see the citizens at large are ignorant. They're forced to adopt technology. On the other hand, we are also seeing the need for adoption of digital transactions to trade, to sell and buy producers, or even the home users. Right? They would want to buy things, so they would want to do a digital transactions. So my question to you is the things what we don't see or what we don't hear. Now, for example, if we talk to the security experts individually, they say, yep, we are seeing several attacks every day, every minute. But if you look for data from a national perspective, we may not have a set of data which says that we're being targeted. Now, the point of view which I want to take into the discussion is, just because we do not have data, does that mean that there is no threat? Or is the threat so elevated that we are not able to see them? Clade, if you can, tell us about what the state actors do, what the non-state actors do, and how it affects organizations and citizens at large. Right over to you.
Thank you very much. What to say? In the end of the day, it's all based on risk assessment. So how we can see those risks. And unfortunately, I have to say that not every organization actually are able to commit appropriate risk assessment. And I'm looking private sector and public sector as two different things. I have been working with the public sector and the private sector many years, and if private sector, they can understand more or less what could be this worst case scenario, or what could be the damage or impact of any different kind of attacks or incidents, and they can calculate the cost of this damage more or less. Public sector, they can't. Just a couple of examples from Estonia. We have had many huge incidents. Basically, after every 3 to 6 months, is something bigger happen that will get media coverage. For example, a month ago, one cyber criminal got access to Estonian, national documentation database and stole something like 1/3 of Estonian citizens' passport photos. Just get access to the base and steal the photos. And I have been always asking how government will do this assessment and how they actually understand what is the impact of these activities. They won't gonna pay any penalties. No one gonna get actually fired. So the question always is, so what? So what if the public data gonna leak? What is the cost of those incidents? How we actually gonna understand the impact of incidents against the government sector? In private companies, it's quite easy. We can calculate the damage, even if you're talking about reputational damage. Private sector companies, they know exactly what it means to lose reputational damage. Customer will go to your competitive companies. They will go away from you, so you can actually lose money. But from government point of view, so for example, if a tax office, in our case, Tax and Custom Board in Estonia, if their reputation gonna be bad, what's the difference? Can I declare my taxes somewhere else? No, I have to declare anyway there. If my data gonna be leaked and I don't like Tax and Custom Board, do I have any option? If this service won't gonna work, the system down because of availability attack. So can I not declare my taxes because of that? No, I have to do it later. So from government point of view is how you actually are able to calculate the possible impact, how you're doing the risk assessments. And from risk assessment point of view, there is a golden rule that none of those security measures can be more expensive than the asset we are actually protecting. So if we don't know the price of the asset, if we don't know the price of this impact, how we actually going to choose those security measures, what we're going to implement in our system. So this is the dilemma what I am facing in basically in every country. Private sector, absolutely different story. It's much easier to handle. And why it's so easy? Also, there have been several previous speakers mentioned that attacks are growing, incidents are growing, everything is going not in the better manner, but in the worst manner. So why it's so easy? So from our side, from defense side, we have to be able to find and to recognize all our assets and have to be able to find all vulnerabilities. I mean, like all vulnerabilities. For bad guys, they have to find only one weakness, only one vulnerability to get access to our database. So nowadays, I'd like to say that cybercrime today is the most secure way to commit crime. And cyber criminals, they know this. So it's easy to be a criminal. It's easy to earn this criminal revenue and earn criminal money. Everybody knows that. It's easy to do. It's pretty difficult to catch those guys. And our infrastructure everywhere, literally everywhere, is very, very weak. And sometimes we don't even understand by ourselves how much of all our infrastructure is based on IT infrastructure. I have scanned with my team different networks to discover open devices and vulnerable devices. Okay, computers, servers, access points, all different kind of information system. Yes, heating system and so on, so on. We have even in the bakeries, there is some kind of technology behind how they're actually cooking the bread. So this device is open in the website. So basically, everyone can go and change the recipe of this bread and change it. So basically, ruin the business. And as long as those C-level management, as long as they are not able to calculate the risk, it all going to be happen exactly the same way as it have been happened in the last, I don't know, several decades. So but somehow we have to explain what could be this damage, whoever is the attacker. Is it a criminal? Is it a state-sponsored attack? What it actually means that they will get access into our systems, they can steal our data. What they can do with this data, what it actually means for the government, what it means actually for the citizens, and what it means to the whole society. So this is something we are lacking everywhere at the moment. And we have to change this mindset of the leaders.
Great. Right. Thank you for that thought. Right. I mean, what attracted me the most? Committing a crime in a secure way, right? And they know that it is easy and difficult to catch. Right. You also spoke about the baker, right, and the recipe. While the organizations are struggling to find out what they have in terms of the recipes, but people out there, our adversaries, are aware in terms of what we have, and also specifically know exactly what the vulnerabilities are. So I'm just going to shift the discussion to Anurag. Anurag, we've now, had a cross section of views in terms of, what actually the landscape looks like, what the challenges are, right? And you did mention in your, when you previously spoke, you did mention about shifting left and then, baking security at the requirement stage. So I just would like to hear from you, right? I mean, what should the people be doing in order to uncover or the importance of actually monitoring the security landscape or the threat landscape? Your thoughts on it? I think you're on mute, Anurag.
Can you hear me now?
Brilliant. We can hear you.
Picking up from what Clade said earlier, I think he was mentioning about how securely making a crime. Let me connect to before we had any gray hair in our heads or in our hair, any gray hair. I remember the times that the most important thing for any individual is their life. Today, it has come to the age or to the era where people do not mind dying but not exposing their information, privacy. So the data has become much more value than your life. That's a simple explanation I have. Again and again, there are instances in the past that has proven people more than happy to die than exposing their data or the privacy, right? The reason I'm mentioning is that to emphasize the increased amount of focus on monitoring. Now, and also you connected to something I said earlier, security by design, DevSecOps, etc. All these concepts. I'll bring my previous experiences also working for the world's largest education company, Pearson, right? And also talking to my colleague in ICTA, Sanjay, that certain things that we do here. So I think it is essential, it's utmost essential that everything we build today has the ability to have the security considered in the first place. So we do not put the time and effort in the latter stages of the software or the applications or the digital platforms that consider importance of the security when it's ready to hand over to the customer or to the user. Now, why? Because firstly, can people securely work and transact on this domain or platform that they use? Second, if it is the case, can we monitor what's going on this by using the people transacting? Can we monitor what's happening? Because if you do not think of security at the beginning and the information security by design, like mobile by design concept we had earlier, or maybe 10 years ago. So same way, then it is very difficult for the monitoring landscape to understand what and how these applications and the users behave, because the hacker is not a typical user that will be using that, may not be. And he may be a person or she may be a person who's looking at the weakest point to enter and maybe there for many months. And many people think hacking happens overnight. That's a fundamental myth, because the hacker might be staying there with a ransomware or something, waiting to trigger it for the right time. So I think number one is that the reason I mentioned earlier, I think you asked about monitoring, but I'm connecting to the importance of information security by design. Because no sooner you expose that to the use of the hands of the user, then it's time that all these is exposed. So I think shift left and all these concepts, the things that we are talking right now, is focusing on that. Forensics to me is cure, but security by design is prevention. Another point I wanted to add in terms of continuing the conversation on this, I think the previous speakers speak about education, Christy. I must tell you that one of the things that we are including in Sri Lankan curriculum of the digital reform of the curriculum, one is how IT is delivered to the child, which is normal. Secondly, how child should understand their privacy and security. That's a part and parcel of the curriculum, which we are working with the Education Ministry to reform. The reason is that we are right now talking a problem that is at hand, but the problem that will be in the future is unknown. And if the current children, the children in today's age is not educated and aware of these facts, they will not be ready to face the challenges that will come. The last point I want to mention, I know this is not something you ask, but I wanted to connect these also. I think we need to have a clear conversation about privacy and data protection as well at some point, because everyone should understand, like you started the conversation at the beginning of this panel discussion, Christy, about the 2 calls you got. And the point is, can you share my number after this call or after this panel discussion with some of your friends? I think that is another fundamental thing that the children and the parents, everyone at home should understand. What you share, how you share. Because no point, again, I'm going back to the same point, no point trying to monitor and find the things that is all at the cost of something has happened. But I think we should bring the points of digital education to the children, to the public, and importance of the prevention measures and how data protection bill and act will help. So those elements I bring because people are only talking about mostly how post attack to behave, and I'm talking about always my role in it is preventing that. And because there are people much more strong and capable in the organization than me, like I mentioned the names earlier, who can do that job.
All right, I agree with all what you said, right? Prevention is better than cure, right? So we need to start looking at an early adoption of security in every project, in every initiative. And I think it is also important for us when we look at the education curriculum to look at what is emerging in terms of technology, like maybe artificial intelligence, machine learning, and a lot of things are out there which we can probably even incorporate into our education system. I'm just going to shift focus to Gershan. Gershan, you heard what Andra said, right? We need to, embrace technology. We need to inculcate the best of education to our children. And today, when you reflect in this particular statement he made, where he said, safety is better than a cure, prevention is better than cure. Today, we have put the devices in the hands of our kids. And the adversaries are lurking around, and they're looking at every single opportunity to exploit or even abuse them. Do you want to share, your thoughts in terms of what are the challenges you're seeing? Are you seeing problems on the ground? And what measures are you taking to address them? Your thoughts, Gershan? Gershan, are you there? Okay, let's.
Sujit, you're on mute. I'm sorry.
Okay. Gershan, are you there? Or otherwise, I'll move to. Can I move to Channa then? Right. So we'll wait till Gershan appears. Yeah, there you're on screen. We are not able to hear you, Gershan. I hope you heard my question.
Yeah, I heard your question clearly. Can you hear me? Can't hear you.
You're very faint. We're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, brilliant. You're loud and clear. Stay that way. Okay, go on.
I hope you can hear me now.
We can hear you loud and clear now. Brilliant. You stay that way.
I'm sorry, technical glitches.
No worries at all. No worries. Go ahead.
Yeah, so protecting the children. Now, at the start, I was talking about the problems that are faced by the children. So, most of the time, cyber security or the protection, the secure behavior is put at the back burner right at the end, because you're struggling to make sure that you're connected, and your lifestyle doesn't support your children to monitor the children to make sure that everything is going on well as according to the plan. On the other side, when teachers teach, they also expect the children to be attentive. However, I think the protection starts with the human behavior. Sometimes we assign too much of what can I say? We are too confident of our security measures that are digitally done, digitally tweaked. But if you look at the hacking, the hacking is targeted at people, very less at servers and computers and various other devices. So, number one, there should be very good communication with the adults, supervising adults, and also teachers with the students. We should be aware that, previously, before this digital era, the new normal, there were points in the life of the children when they were vulnerable to attack. For instance, when they were chatting with their peers at an older age, when they were going out digitally in their teenage years, or when they were searching for jobs, when they fell prey to hackers and people who wanted to swindle them. But now, the hacking can take place at a very young age this way. Now, for instance, I was sharing my computer with my daughter, who was who is connected online to her class, and now suddenly I got a message to say that one of my accounts, the password is saved. It's in the cyber world. It's in the internet. Google sent me this message. So I was thoroughly disturbed. And when I checked to see, my daughter had been downloading some of the material. She was Google searching and downloading. So hacking has taken place without my knowledge. But thank God there was a backup measure. But if the backup measure was not there, people could have come into the account that she was using and could have done a lot of damage. So number one, we need to need to have a conversation with our children. That's very important. We need to have that communication aspect. The fears that we have cannot be transferred to them, but rather it has to be an affirmative action. We have to show them how they can take control of this digital tools that they have without compromising their life and their work. So this is something that needs to be inculcated. That's why I said the cybersecurity starts at home. The parents need to spend time. Today, parents are assigning this type of responsibility to the teachers, but teachers are helpless when they are far away. But of course, schools need to also be concerned about what's happening to the students. A small example, some schools say, no, we will not have our cameras on. But more and more schools are having cameras on at a particular time when the sessions are not recorded. Some schools don't record the sessions. When you record the sessions, you can also see what's happening in the classroom. So there needs to be a very, very close communication. Communication means not only what you speak, the feedback also. So I do develop where there are best practices. There are that's happening in certain schools. I can see my daughter's school. There are counselors along teaching along with the teachers. So teachers had to talk to them. For instance, in the classroom, you can be a bit harsh with the student. Let me put it within quotes. But online, it can create all types of things to the student, and there can be rebellion at the end. They won't listen to anybody, adult. They will consider. So we have to look at this generation that is coming up. Number one, with a different eye. Now I am in training fathers. There's something called the fatherhood movement, because usually Sri Lankan men assign most of the responsibilities in the home to the wife, and they think they are the primary breadwinners. So these type of there should be a cultural shift, because you need both hands. If it is a single parent family, it is even more important that that conversation needs to be changed. So again, another one. When my daughter was downloading something on her own without my knowledge, suddenly my son called out and said, "There's something bad that is happening." To see a small advertisement had come, but it was an adult advertisement. He understood, daughter didn't understand. So I jumped up and went to Google extension, took off the extension that was creating this. And then later on, she said, "I did not do anything wrong." So my reaction showed that she had done something wrong, whereas she had not done anything wrong. So we need to have that type of intimate communication, especially in this digital era. Without those fundamentals, we cannot secure the life of these children, because there are two ways. One is we have to protect our children. Second is we have to also show what ethical behavior is, that they will not indulge in any of those behavior, revenge, anger will not be shown digitally. That's something that we have to say, no, that's a no-go area. So there is a lot of cultural change that needs to be changed. So after saying that, what is the prescription? We need to educate our educators. We need to educate our parents, especially in the rural area. Be shown how vulnerable these children are. They want to learn. It's not that they are trying to play the fool, but they want to learn. At the same time, they're curious too. So we need some sort of an informal network, maybe. We need to mobilize the civil societies, to organizations. We need to communicate this to the parents so that we will get the best out of this digital world. Thank you.
Darshan, lovely thoughts. So technology and human sentiments cannot be treated the same way as you treat a technology or like a piece of technology. I think the relationship has to be intimate. I think you need to create that trust. Right. So you also talked about awareness. So I take this opportunity to extend our ability to help you, right? IC Squared Colombo chapter. We have a set of professionals who specialize in cybersecurity, and we have a mandate to contribute to the society, where we have a program in terms of safe and secure online. So we'd be more than happy to partner with you to take this journey forward to whichever location you want. So we can have a conversation on that at a later point in time. Right? So that's an initiative we started way back in 2012. So that's available in Sri Lanka as well. Right. So with that note, I just want to shift
sure.
to
And also,
sorry, question.
Collaboration among the cyber security specialists, the industry is very important. As much as private sector wants to collaborate with the government to help the government out in the digital era, we also need to go to the soft targets. We need to go down, protect our institutions. Family is the fundamental institution of our communities of this world. So we need to come together as technical people, techies, technocrats, and organizations. Thank you.
Sure, Gulshan, I fully agree with you, right? I mean, I think it does. We need the industry to collaborate with the education institutions, and especially to not only educate them but also create role models and be mentors to them to be leaders of the next generation. Right? I mean, today we are doing a lot and lots of things with technology, and I want to quote Madhu here. Right? I mean, Madhu and I were. As part of when the cyber hacking challenge was progressing, both of us were on a panel discussion. I mean, it was a very informal discussion. And Madhu actually quoted saying that when we looked at the participants, we had 60% of the student community and 40% of the industry professionals competing in that particular challenge. And we found 60% of the students were in that competition. And in Madhu's words, he said that's very encouraging. So we are forward-looking, and we are looking at people who are looking at technology and challenging the technology to take control of that. So they are learning, and they want to bring that experience to the industry. And I heard Madhu say that to reach out to him, and that he would actually try and see where he could actually provision opportunities for these students who excel in cybersecurity. And there's so many initiatives globally. And I think there's a huge need. And I think that gels well with all the initiatives we are talking in terms of capacity building. Right. So with that thought, I just want to shift my conversation to Channa. Channa, we are also talking about moving away from using physical cash, right? And that's an expensive affair. And sometimes, people say it's dirty money, right? I mean, it gets dirty, so you got to maintain that as well. But in order to securely transact, right? You spoke about various instruments which are out there in the market for people to adopt and use. But from a non-repudiation, and also to ensure that transactions are secure, would you be able to elaborate something in the lines of digital signature? What does it do? How would it help? And the digital certificates, how would it help organization to streamline their process in the complete digital transformation journey? Channa, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Sujit. So, I mean, it's a very, very simple process. So what actually happened was, I think in March last year, suddenly the switch had to be turned off and people had to be located at homes, right? And whatever physical sharing of information, whether it's documents, came to a standstill, right? So in that sense, people had two options. One is using, just scan documents and sharing maybe via email or that way, or shift into something hopefully better. So some of the people actually just shifted to using electronic documents. Basically, you have a physical document, you put your physical signature, just take a picture or a scan document and just share it, right? So that was. So I'm not going to sort of look at it from a legal perspective. Technically, legally, it's a valid document. Only thing is, there are issues of proving whether that's the right person's signature and whatnot in electronic. So because of that, so even if you take Sri Lanka customs, basically overnight people couldn't go and submit documents to clear goods, which were there, right? So they actually shifted to electronic document, basically asking traders to scan their documents and submit. But then what sort of we realized was that that is something that can be easily forged, right? I can put, it's just a digital image of your signature, if at all, right? And I can put, somebody else's signature and send a document, and the receiver cannot validate whether that is my signature or somebody else's signature. There is no way to prove that. So, so especially if you are looking at a financial transaction, right? And if you are, say, wanting to make a payment instruction to your bank, I mean, would they just take a scanned image and activate on that? Which was a non-starter. So the problem. I mean, I'll start with our own experience, right? Where we had to function 24/7, 365, because we run the national payment network, and we have to engage in a lot of payment transactions with our bank, and we had no choice to sign checks because there was no way, because 3 months of curfew, and the restrictions, and nobody was there to carry the checkbook around, and so on. So there was no choice, right? So the only way was to find a mechanism to send payment instructions digitally, right? And for that, we couldn't just scan a document and send, because bank wouldn't accept it. Right? So the way around was to use a tool where the receiver can actually validate with certainty, that this is the same person who has actually signed this document, authorized this document, and so on, right? So that is where we really started using our own dog food, if you will, because we run a CSP, which is the authorized CSP in Sri Lanka. So basically, what we did was so from a digital signature perspective, it facilitates a couple of things, actually 3-4 things. One is the authenticity. The second one is actually the non-repudiation part of that, and also it actually it also provides confidentiality, right? So in terms of when you digitally sign it, when you put a digital signature, so it's basically using data encryption in the back end, which is basically using a private key to sign a document, right? So once that is done, so basically, let's say, I mean, the simple example is, you take a PDF document, you can just simply attach your digital signature, using a secure mechanism. And once you do that, the value actually comes to the receiver. Once the receiver gets the document, electronically, the receiver can just click on the digital signature itself, and actually it will show whether the digital signature, who's the actually person who has put the signature. All that information is captured in that, right? And also there is an expiry for that signature as well. So whether the signature has expired, and also in terms of who has actually authorized this, because that's when the role of a certificate service provider comes. Now, for example, I can just digitally sign myself and send it to a bank, and my signature, right? And would the bank trust me? Would the bank believe that believe my signature or my digital signature? That so you have to build a trust, right? So the trust structure actually comes from the CSP. It's a simple example is if I want to submit a physical document to a government department, let's say a photocopy of my NIC, there's Justice of Peace who I need to go to a Justice of Peace and get a stamp saying this is a true copy of the original. So that's a validation of a authorized person. So that's if you take an analogy, that's an analogy for a certificate service provider. So certificate service provider is somebody who actually carries trust with them, right? So in this case, in our case, simple example, we are under the central bank, and actually this process is monitored by ICTA and Sri Lanka CERT. So that trust process has already been built in, into that. So based on that, when you put a digital signature which is signed by trusted certificate service provider, the receiver has trust. The communication of trust is there, that the receiver can accept that it is I who signed it, and this is my signature. And even if at a later stage I deny, saying no, I did not put my signature, they can validate because there's non-repudiation. Because if I put my digital signature, which means I have used my private key to sign it, and the private key is only with me, and which is also password protected and the password is with me, whether it's in a token or password protected area, and I cannot deny because nobody else. I mean, obviously, if you give your ATM card and the PIN number to somebody else, you can't blame that person taking your money and going. So if you give your secure token and the password to somebody, somebody can actually forge your signature. Obviously, that is understood. But if you don't do that, then so even in that case, it's your responsibility because you have given. So you can't deny that it's not you who has signed it, right? So the digital signature holds a person to, if they put a digital signature, the recipient can without a doubt pinpoint to that person and say, hey, Sham, you are the one who signed this. So all these security mechanisms are bringing into a digital signature, which is validated by a CSP and which is going through an international standard of validation. And also, before actually issuing a digital signature, the authenticity of the person is checked through documentation. Like, for example, whether the person is part of an organization, whether the organization is valid, business registration, all that, and then assignees, the NICs, and all those things are validated. After doing that, only a digital signature is assigned to a person, and that even that digital signature is stored in a secure way, right? Whether it's a secure token or secure storage in a mobile device. So once all that happens, then people can start using digital signature. So what we saw was, customs started realizing this. They got legal opinion from the Attorney General. Then suddenly, from 1st of August, they just completely shifted to digital signatures. So they said mandated, every trader has to submit their documents digitally signed, not electronic anymore. So there was a sort of queue outside, people trying to get digital signatures because people who didn't care two hoots about digital signatures up to now, they had no choice now. So it's a best way for adoption, right? Just like in cash, when you can't go to ATM to withdraw cash, you can't do that. So in that sense, I think people started shifting, and we are completely documentless. We completely sign everything, digitally, including our board papers. So all organizations can adopt this, and which is basically establishes trust on the receiver. So I think way of establishing trust is using digital signatures.
Janet, I mean, this is a very important pillar in the digital economy, right? So you're moving away from the physical cash, you're building trust in the transactions. And more importantly, we've heard that, that there have been several phishing attacks, which led to, companies losing money overnight. And some of those monies are yet to be recovered. And I think those numbers, I don't think there is a record of how much has been lost. Not everything has been reported to the Sri Lanka CERT or to the cybercrime wing. But I think a lot of people have lost money, individuals as well as organizations. Chana, thank you for those thoughts. And I think we have reached a very interesting stage in our economy of using digital signature and the digital certificates, and which will ease transaction for the organization. Clade, I just want to bring you in. I think we are all about another 11 minutes to wrap up the session. So I'm going to ask you a very brief question in terms of the importance of cyber intelligence, right? I mean, how does cyber intelligence play a role in terms of building a secure infrastructure? Clade, over to you. I think you're on mute.
Clyde, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry of this technical interruption. In the end of the day, it all depends on the information and on intelligence. So the question is how we are able to collect this and from where. Basically, all the necessary information is somewhere. The question is how you are able to collect this. Good example is if you are responsible for the security in the organization, you are the chief information security officer or something like similar, then this is like essential. You have to collect information, how this threat landscape is changing, what kind of technology is in use, what kind of new vulnerabilities or weaknesses came out, and so on, so on. And the question is how you are collecting this information, because for example, CERT Estonia, they are collecting this information and sharing some intelligence with their constituents and so on, so on. So daily basis, they are able to collect something like 1,000+ pieces of information from all the different sources, starting from the darknet, from different partners, and so on, so on. So if the amount of information is so big, then of course it's you can't do it manually. You have to have some kind of mechanism in place. You have to use some tools. You have to use some machine learning how to gather this information, how to sort this information, of course, how to validate this information, because nowadays we have lots of fake information available, and you have to trust the sources where you are collecting this information. So it is essential, and unfortunately, not enough amount of people and organizations are collecting the intelligence the way how it's necessary. It's important to share the information, because if we are collecting the same information as you are collecting, we are doing the same amount of work, we are spending our resources on that, it's a little bit like a pointless. So we have to share information. If someone can discover something, if we can see here in Estonia that some kind of threats are facing to the Sri Lanka, then CERT Estonia will share this information with CERT Sri Lanka, and we are expecting the vice versa as well. So I can't go any more detail here. So in overall, this is essential. Without information, we are living in blindness, and we need for any of our decision, we need information. So collecting and sharing threat intelligence, it's the baseline of everything.
Absolutely, Clive. It is essential to collect information and also make meaning out of it. And the information has to be relevant. It has to be timely so that actions can be taken based on those intelligence in terms of what state actors are doing, what non-state actors are doing. So I'm just going to bring Madhu in. Madhu, you're last in this order, right? So I think I would like to like you to talk about, today people are talking about zero trust, right? I mean, earlier we were talking about, NIST frameworks, we talked about ISO 27001, and then we talked about high trust, and there are different things, different frameworks which people keep talking about. And we also heard from Clyde that, that you talk about, implementing different technologies to address different threats, right? And if we talk to the boards of organization, they definitely would want to look at it from a risk perspective. While they are ready to help with the funding, but they definitely want us to prioritize. So Madhu, while you lead a very large global organization, and also you're sitting in the board of Sri Lanka CERT, and I'm sure you're sitting in various other boards as well, how do you see organizations grappling with this challenge, which is a never-ending challenge? And what are your thoughts that they should be looking at in terms of addressing the cybersecurity? We can go slightly over time, Madhu. We can go about 5 minutes over time, so it's all yours.
Sure, great. I think that's a great question. It's always how do you look at this problem and how do you address that? And I think everybody has for most boards and business executives, there's a lot of this is a lot of smoke and mirrors and a lot of uncertainty. You don't understand really what's going on, right? In fact, we have a later on session we're going to talk about in the agenda, specifically around how business executives and boards should worry about cybersecurity later on in the agenda. I think key things that it's essentially end of the day when you come to a business. We talked a lot about, I think, great stuff around privacy and awareness, and I think at a societal level, there's many things we need to do to kind of uplift the hygiene of these things so that you don't become a victim of some of these advanced attacks and so forth. When you come to a business, I think I look at it a very risk-driven way, and I look at it in two aspects, right? One, you have to make sure that your business doesn't become a target of an opportunity, right? And I think there is a lot of hacking, a lot of things happen through just sheer automated things or people just scanning for looking for weak spots. And you don't want to get caught for that, right? So we really have to have a decent hygiene that protects you from become a target opportunity. A lot of these attacks, either they are random attacks looking for something weak, or they are targeted attacks, right? If you have a targeted attack, I think today's level of sophistication that you have, it's very difficult for you to say that you can protect against that. You know, the Pentagon get hacked, right? And you know, they probably spend most amount on the security. So it's not a problem that you can continue to, you know, pour money in and make sure that you're 100% secure. So your one hand, you need to make sure that you really doesn't become a target of opportunity, and you really have a strong defense mechanism or protection. And the other hand, you have to make sure that you assume breach, right? You know, whatever you do, you can get breached, and you will get breached. It's not about whether you will get breached, right? So, and in that, if that's a reality, how do you bring resilience up? How do you make sure that your systems and your processes and your business is resilient to an attack, right? You know, if there's an ransomware attack, can you restore from a backup and go on? And I think Yashwin talked about earlier that, you know, he had some backup and how he went on that, whatever that incident that happened didn't matter to him because he had the resilience in place. So moving to cloud is another big way to bring resilience. So business has to think about not only about protection, but also think about resilience and assume breach. And so you have enough of detect and respond capabilities in your organization to make sure that you have that balance. And I think a good cybersecurity strategy should look at both of these things, and with a risk lens, looking at defense and looking at detect and respond, and so you bring that resilience in. And large part of that is also building a very strong culture. And I think many of you spoke about the people aspect of that, and we all know it's 90% plus cyber issues and attacks come from a weak link in a human being, right? And the human firewall having holes, right? And I think so the third element of this is really in your organization, in your family, in your country, how do you build a strong culture that large percentage of these issues are avoided, right? So those are three things I would say I look at, you know, how do you protect enough so that you don't become a target of opportunity? Then you assume breach and make sure you bring resilience. So you know that you're going to get breached and you build resilience to deal with it. And then you build a culture which is really to protect you again from a large vector of security, which is your people, a large vector of risks, which is your people, right? So those are kind of the three aspects that whenever we look at a business and how we protect that, try to balance and then make the investments in the right bucket at the right level. So you create you just reduce your risk, right? It's never 100% protection that you can achieve, but it's about element of risk reduction and where you reduce that risk based on the threats that you have for your business.
Madhu, thank you for those thoughts. And I think it summarized well, right? I mean, we spoke about risk. I think Clyde spoke about the risk. You're speaking about, detect and response, which means we need intelligence. You're talking about culture. So culture actually starts at home. So how do we build that integrity and the professionalism, right? And the cyber education, right? And then on the other aspect, we heard from China in terms of various financial instruments which actually bind the economy together. And we heard also Anura speak about the importance of, baking security into the requirements itself. So shift left and take it through the whole life cycle. So I guess I don't want to paint a gloomy picture though, but attacks will continue to exist and it will continue to evolve. There will be cold wars between nation states, and they will be targeting different countries. They will be targeting individuals. But there is hope, right? The hope is that we need to understand our risk, apply the right protection technologies, also ensure that we have a framework in place to detect on a timely basis and respond. And response is going to be either it is technology based, but then you need to have the right skills and the right talent, and that they're available at the right time to execute those instructions. And I think the underlying factor for all these things is look at resilience. What is that minimum service we should be able to deliver even in the worst case scenario? So with that note, I want to thank all the panelists for your valuable time and your insightful information which you shared with the audience. And I thank you once again, and also thank you, Sri Lanka CERT, the board of Sri Lanka CERT, and all the sponsors for being here to make this event a successful event. And look forward to seeing you all in another event, another time. Stay safe and take care. Signing off. Sujit.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want to take a moment to thank our panelists and our moderator. We've had a great session. It's been the start of our first day of the conference. So once again, Sujit Christie, thank you so much for moderating the session. It's been amazing. And also our panelists, Madhu Ratnayaka, EVP CIO GM of Virtusa, Chana De Silva, CEO of Lanka Clear, and Gershan Arunathan, CEO DLC, and Clyde Maggie from Cyber4 Dev, cybersecurity expert of, and last not least, Anuradi Alvis, Chief Digital Economy Officer, ICTA. Thank you so much for being with us. That everyone has had an amazing session. Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, Nilushi, I've got someone on board about the experience, his thoughts on the challenge that we've had. So we've had this hacking challenge on the 25th of October, and we had around 56 teams that were part. And to say a little bit on that, I would like to warmly welcome
Marcelo
from Cyber Rangers. It's over to you, sir. Thank you.
Yes,
Hi,
I think
Marcelo. Good to see you again.
good to see you. Good to see you, Nilushi. Good to see you, Dialan. And a few comments on the challenge. Yes, we had a full turnout, 56 teams. We had a good mixture between students, 60%, and professionals. It was an intermediate to advanced challenge. So this is the objective that UCERT put on us, and we think we have fulfilled that. It was a 5 hours event, and what we heard from participants from the feedback form, all participants will receive certificates of participation very soon to the emails they have provided in registration. And what to say? They enjoyed it. The challenge opened up their eyes. Everybody said it was brilliantly executed. Nothing to object about. And they would like to see more of those challenges. So what you guys said, Dialan and Nilushi, they will have a second competition to address those people that couldn't make it this round, and this is going to happen. And yes, when we practice cybersecurity, we need to practice with the tools that we will find in the workplace, and that's one of the great benefits of practicing on a fully fledged Cyber Ranger platform like Cyber Rangers. A little different from the simple labs that you might find at uni or on general purpose training services. A cyber ranges like the one that we used for the challenge gives full realism, access to real tools, and therefore I think a very meaningful experience for the participants to take further into their career life, and obviously to make sure that we live in a safer, more secure digital economy. And that's, I think, is in line also with what the Sri Lankan government and the esteemed minister stated earlier this morning. And with that, I thank you very much for the pleasure to collaborate with you.
Thank you, Marcelo, for your kind words. It's been a pleasure working with you and your team, and it has been a great session and had no technical issues whatsoever. And we can assure you, and as we all experienced, that all the participants has had a great event without any struggle at all. So thank you so much. So with that, let's move on to the next session of our agenda. So next thing that we have lined up is a talk by Rahul Kaidru. He is the CEO and founder of Rahul Walter. And just to tell a bit more about the speaker, he has taken care of Estonian EID for the past 15 years. So that's say a lot about the history. He has a full overview of identity lifecycle management in both physical and electronic realm. Rahul Walter ensures the desired combination of management consulting, technical, strategic, and legal expertise and operational knowledge to deliver coherent and functional solutions in the dimension of the state's digital and electronic identity, cybersecurity, secure infrastructure, data exchange, and primary databases. So with that, let me cordially invite Rahul Kaidru to take over the session. Thank you.
Rahul,
now
we
it's
can't.
yes, now it's a little bit better, I guess. I failed to set the virtual background. I hope it's not a problem, really. You can see now my actual office without
Not at all.
extra illustration. So with this in mind, I will get right to the point and start with the presentation. I hope I will be able to ask Clyde to share my slides. That would be actually great. Clyde, can you please do that?
Yes, but Linda, can you give me the permission to share the slides, please?
You should have permission now. Just check.
Okay, now I have.
Grazie, questo. Che succede, Mirella? Stai andando? Ah, ok. Va bene. Va bene, senti una cosa. Se ci sono cose per cui Fulvia ti deve parlare, va bene. Mamma mia, le ultime...
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Gli ultimi eventi... Aspetta un attimo. Ok, non so se sono collegati.
All right, should we start?
Please go ahead.
All right. As said, we'll talk about cyber security related solutions. That's one of them is the digital identity that actually can enable a lot safer environment for electronic services on the both national level when it comes down to both private and public institutions. So without further ado, Clyde, can I please have the next slide? Just a bit about myself. I have been working on electronic and digital identity for past more than 15 years. I've been the manager of trust services before in the previous position. I was also part of the the team that developed the Estonian mobile ID, and I've done ever since the accountants projects in Estonia and abroad. As of my company, we have already rather large international presence. We have offices almost all around the world. And just to brag with it, I'm also part of the ITU GovStack initiative that actually tries to create a kind of box of applications that allow you any country in the world to start with the digitalization process, but it's in very early stages at the moment. So it's going to be big, but it's going to be after a while. So I'm going to cover the historic background of and the story about Estonia and how we did it, and how we got to the point where we are at the moment. Clyde, can I please have the next slide? Well, we Estonians actually are lucky. We were once part of the Soviet Union. We were something like 50 years under the Soviet regime. But at the same time, there are some good things that actually came out from that, which was being some sort of a computer or cyber center for the Soviet Union. They considered us one of the best mathematics, and therefore they started experimenting with the idea that everybody should have a unique number assigned to the person. And in 1987, they started to have a process where they tried to figure out what would be the best way how to count the people, how to number them, how to actually get rid of the human name in terms of the system. I'm not saying that we don't have any human names anymore, but we also have a number. And when it comes down to the system, it's always required to have something unique assigned to it. So when the Soviet Union collapsed, we actually took the same concept and managed to standardize it, and everybody got their own number during the currency exchange. So it was in a way driven by the banks and telcos. That was their kind of intent to create something that allows them to provide services to the population. And we, of course, took the best examples from all around the world. We tried to see what has been done and who has done what when it came down to implementing the electronic identity as such. In the very beginning, actually, we I think it was 2002 when we got our first plastic-based ID card with a chip, and in very short, it was basically a state-provided eye scratcher. What I mean by that is there was absolutely no services, absolutely nothing else to do with the card except to scratch the ice off the car's windshield during the winter. So it kind of came before than anything else. And then we started implementing or developing those services that actually started the whole success story. But everything was based on that particular number. Clyde, can I please have the next slide? So when it comes down to the governmental role, it's often understood as an ICT project, but it's not really, to be honest. The technology itself consists of something like 20% of the whole scheme. And when it comes down to having this kind of tools and mechanisms in place, you first of all have to have the legal framework. It's an organizational project at that. And the most important elements when it comes down to digital and electronic identity, when we talk about is, first of all, the Population Register Act. That basically defines how the digital identity, as in the unique identifier, is being issued, how is it created, what is the life cycle of it, how it's being handled, and what's the value of it. Then, of course, when it comes down to the electronic part, you need something that says that if somebody creates a digital signature, it's also legally binding and it's equivalent to the handwritten signature, and also the at least the public sector institutions have to accept it by default. And of course, without data communication or data exchange, nothing really happens. This kind of interoperability is one of the key elements within, although I totally understand that, especially when you talk about zero trust, it sounds scary, but everything must be connected in order to actually create something useful. But at the same time, you need to have a data protection kind of data protection law or regulation that says how this data is being treated and who does it belong to, what is the consent management behind it. And of course, when you talk about electronic identity and documents overall, there actually should be no difference in terms of physical and electronic realm when you think about the identity. So basically, it doesn't really matter if you're having a physical interaction or electronic interaction. You should be the same person. You should have the same identity. It's not like you become someone else if you start using your computer. Clyde, can I have please the next? So the legal framework is definitely one of the bases underneath, but on top of that, there should be someone who actually enforces it and somebody who actually will take care of it. And of course, there is the first population registry who, well, basically, it's also the civil registry who keeps track of the people within the country borders, so to say, and of course outside as well, as long as they are citizens. And there is movement of people and there is movement of data. And there is the supervision on top of everything. You have to be able to supervise the technical tools and toys that are going to be implemented. And therefore, we do have this kind of technical regulatory authority who is safeguarding the environment, so to say. And there is the information systems authority who is, taking care of the state itself or the systems within the state. So, as for the background, Clyde, can I please have the next? In a way, there is a saying that you cannot really count if you don't have numbers. And what we have done so far is we have created a unified identifier for all. Everybody, including the e-residents, including those who don't have citizenship, everybody who has interaction with our systems, the state system, first of all, of course, they have the unique identifier. And in a way, what I would like to preach here is this kind of concept of digital name. The idea is that there are, depending on the size of population, of course, there are many of those who have exactly the same name. And in the worst case, they have even exactly the same birth date. So the bigger the nation, the bigger the problem, of course. And therefore, we've kind of referred to this one as the digital name. And well, in our case, as we started using it or actually implemented the same model as they decided on back in 1987, our number or our digital name consists of sex and birth date and the serial number. So in its kind of the good side of it, it's actually memorable, and it has the value. When you just look at that number, you can see that the 3 means that I was born in 19th century. 77 means that it's something like 44 years ago in February 27th, and the last, 2723 basically mean that that's the number of boys born on that particular date, and the 3 is a check digit in order to avoid errors along the process. But the fun part is that it's it's easy to memorize and it's easy to verify if this is me. If somebody shows up, a little girl who makes the claim that she owns that number, then it's obviously wrong as if it's in person. So and also one of the best things about it is it's not really secret. Like there are many other examples around the world who are trying to kind of issue those numbers to the rest of the population, and it gets leaked. And by that leakage, there are different attacks or different issues, different problems are starting happening just because of that. And in our case, the number itself, as you can see, I can show it to the rest of the world. I don't really mind, because it's non-functional. It doesn't provide you any value, except yes, you know when it's my birthday, but I don't mind. It's perfectly all right if you know that. I'm not really ashamed of it. So it's in a way everybody can use it, everybody can have it, and within the governmental databases and also private databases, I'm always identified by that very same number. And I don't use it as I use actually that number only to move around in Estonia. I don't need to have my driver's license or my car registration documents, or when I go to the doctor. In these cases, I just have to provide the number, which I know by heart, and that's easy, that's simple. And the same thing applies for the data exchange. When it comes down to sharing of the data between the governmental and also private institutions, they are using exactly the same number to identify me everywhere. And the fun part of it is that when it comes down to the governmental registries, I do have the control over data. I can check and verify who has seen my data, who has accessed my data, and who has kind of tried to check my background or something like that. So, Clyde, can I please have the next? So, that's a little too much, yeah. That's when you think about all of that data being around and in different registries, both governmental and private, there is one of those things that we definitely consider be crucial. It's that the strong authentication is a requirement. What it means is basically that every time you would like to access something, some data, I'm not talking about email or just browsing the web browser, but when it comes down to those governmental registries, and also it's a strong recommendation for the private sector, you have to be authenticated in order to access the data. And in a way, the access comes from role. So there is a very nice example about our medical system, for example. I can break my leg anywhere in Estonia. I can end up in unconscious anywhere. As long as they have the number, they have the access to my medical record. It's in a way scary. It sounds scary, but at the same time, if you happen, let's say, happen to be in the car crash, you are unconscious, all they find on you is, well, they find the car's license plate. From that license plate, they figure out that that person might be driving, might be the owner of the car, or at least the user of the car. And therefore, based on that number and by the physical looks of me, even though I'm unconscious, they will be figure out who I am, and therefore able to treat me with the right type of blood. At the same time, nice example is that in Switzerland, if you happen to be in the very same situation, you will just die in the ditch because they have no idea if you have any allergies or what type of blood do you even have. So, and behind it, there is always an audit trail. Well, that's one of the points where everybody starts talking about blockchain. But basically, it's in a way similar system, but it's not really a blockchain, but it has kind of backwards hashing feature in it. So where we keep track of all the interactions with the system so that it cannot be really changed and it cannot be rolled back or anything like that. I talked a little bit about data ownership, and if a doctor treats me, there will be a record of that within the system. I can see that they have tried to look at my medical record. And when it comes down to have this justified cause, is what we call it, is that if you have a legitimate reason to access my data, to see my data, and if you don't have it, then you will probably lose your job, lose your license, and probably end up in jail with a huge fine on yourself. And there is another nice example is about the rather famous Formula driver called Michael Schumacher. He had a skiing accident in Swiss Alps, and of course, as a high profile kind of high profile sportsman, his medical record was actually published in the newspaper within 3 weeks. Simple as that. Well, that would not have been possible in terms of Estonia because, first of all, in order to become a doctor, you have to study something like 6 years, or in order to get that degree, then you have to be probably working for another 10 years before you get to the level of treating or even getting to that kind of role. And then as soon as you access that information, you will leave your name behind, and everything you have worked for almost 20 years, you flush down the toilet and you will end up in jail. It's just not worth it. There is this kind of organizational security feature built within. And I am able to verify that all these accesses, and I'm always able to question why was this data used and why was this data accessed. I am therefore able to protect myself, and this creates some internal protection mechanisms. We have actually rather many samples in Estonia. There was a guy in tax administration who tried to sell the information about the competitors to a friend. There was a policeman who tried to check on his ex-wife, for example. They both ended up in jail just because they did not have the legitimate justified cause to access that data. One of those things definitely would be also the consent management. There are two ways how to do this. One of them is scary, and the other one is a little bit scarier for me. And when I talk about consent management, there is basically two options. Either everything is open, you have the access, but you have to explain why do you need that access. And you can, as an owner of the data, you can remove the parts of the data that you don't like anybody to see or a specific organization to see. So let's say I'm in my medical record, there is something I'm a little bit embarrassed about. So I can remove that one so that my doctor cannot see it. But of course, it's a little bit dangerous path, because maybe that record influences the rest of my future treatment. And the other option would be that everything is closed and I have to open up for every interaction there is. But it doesn't really make sense, and that creates a huge burden on the kind of administration side. Everybody has to kind of enable the access, so give the consent to the databases. And when it comes down to the digital governance, every interaction therefore must be kind of approved, and therefore I don't think it really works that way. And when you think about the overall architecture, the security itself has to be already by design. So when you think about the authentication part, every piece of data has to be accessed through the strong authentication. Every transaction must be approved by digital signature. Every interaction must be recorded and logged, just to keep track. There is also a nice example in terms of of having this kind of access is that what happens if somebody knows my blood type, how bad it is really. But I mean, it cannot really hurt. If you know my birth date, if you know my blood type, so be it. But what if somebody changes it? And then I end up in a car crash and they administer me the wrong type of blood? That would be the problem. And therefore, this kind of audit trail and change history has to be there in order to provide the additional layer of security. So, Clyde, can I please have the next? In terms of this Estonia, we have actually a rather large number of documents available. When I'm talking about documents, these are, some of them are physical, most of them actually, all of them are electronic, but some of them are also physical. And the physical one is actually the ID card itself and the residence permit. So in order to authenticate yourself, it doesn't really matter who you are. Are you a doctor, a policeman, or just a normal clerk in a supermarket? You have to have those tools and methods available. And it starts with the first document, which is mandatory in terms of Estonia, which is the ID card. The ID card is just one piece of plastic, which you can lose. I mean, something can happen to it. It gets stolen or something like that. Therefore, you have a fallback option, and you can get another card, which is called DigiID. On top of that, you will be able to get the mobile ID. And on top of that, you can get the smart ID. So basically, you have several options as a normal person's in order to still remain connected to the system, even though you either lose access or lose the physical device itself. There are also the residence permit for those who are not really citizens of Estonians. Sorry. And there are also the e-residence ID, which is actually meant for those who are not even actually physically present in Estonia. So that's one of the ideas, that you, or actually anybody in the world, can become an electronic resident of Estonia. That basically gives you exactly the same functionality as the Estonian ID card has. So what it means is you can authenticate and you can create digital signatures valid within Europe. You will be able to open up a bank account in Europe. You can run a business in Europe. And there are two of those underlined are the private kind of incentives, which is the smart ID and the enterprise ID. Why these are behind the line is that these are issued by the private entities, while the rest of the stuff is actually issued by the government. But these are also well accepted, and a smart ID is basically just a smartphone version of the same functionality which is the ID card provides. And the enterprise ID is one of the big banks that we have decided that they would like to create the signatures which include also the bank's name. Simple as that. If you sign a leasing contract, you're not signing it as a legal person, as a bank employee, but you are signing it also as your position and title included from the bank side. So, Clyde, can I please have the next? When it comes down to the application part, that's the really interesting part. What we would like to brag about is that we are using it pretty much everywhere, both public and private sector. So everybody who is able to, or actually everybody who is required to have the certainty and the assurance that the person behind the computer or person behind the service, the person's identity has to be verified. Therefore, they will implement the same one of those, at least one of those mechanisms on the previous slide. And therefore, we have now at the moment more than 3,000 e-services available. And although we have the population of 1.3 million, we have almost 5 million active ID cards. That basically means that we also have those persons without citizenships included. We also have close to 250,000 mobile ID users, which is the SIM card-based edition of the ID card. We have 600,000 smart ID users, which is the smartphone-based, and we have almost 85,000 e-residents. So these people maybe even have been in Estonia. And over the course of now almost 20 years, we have created rather large number of authentication and digital signatures. And these numbers are created by just about 1 million residents, just shy a little bit over 1 million residents. But the interesting part here is that when you think about the numbers, is that the signatures, that the amount of the volume of the signatures is actually a bit bigger than the authentications. And the reason because of that is that normally in a session authenticated, within that session, several transactions are actually created. So that's why the number of digital signatures is actually bigger. So it happens because if you sign or authenticate to a bank, you authenticate just once, but there are a list of transactions that you will approve, and therefore you create the digital signatures for each one of them in these cases. And one of the interesting parts definitely would be that during the previous election, which was just last week, we ended up having almost a third of population actually who did not bother to walk into the polling station and casted their votes electronically. The fun part about it is that the average age of those voters was something like 64 years. So it means that basically that's not really a fancy new toy, but actually it's a convenience service. Clyde, can I please have the next? And when you think about implementing it or starting playing around with it, the first thing definitely in order to start is the political will and understanding that this is not a technology issue. Technology is easy and still it consists only of 20% of the total solution. Political will is the most important part, but because that actually makes things happen on the organizational side. When it comes down to the technical part, the connectivity is also definitely rather crucial, but on the other hand, it doesn't have to be lightning fast. In Estonia, what we figured out is that 30 megabytes per second is more than enough to actually have the access to any services, both governmental and private. With this kind of speed, you are able, and using the mobile internet, I am basically able to vote or actually consume any of the services from a remote swamp in somewhere in Estonia. I don't really care where I am, and to be honest, it's actually not limited to the borders of Estonia, but anywhere in the world where there's a little bit connectivity, I can do all the stuff that actually is what I can do in Estonia. And one of those things is definitely skills and knowledge and understanding about the technical solutions implemented. We had this funny story about our e-voting stuff, which is that one of the parties actually started questioning if this e-voting stuff is secure enough, or should it be used at all, or maybe it's probably used for some sort of a criminal miscounting of votes. But in technical terms, they kind of ran out of arguments. And the last one, what they said is that they actually make the public statement that the e-voting comes from Satan, because they just ran out of technical arguments. There wasn't any. So that's where this skill set and to have the critical mind to understand what is really going on is really, really important. And in order to build the trust required to actually use the system is definitely based on the skills. And what I would really like to recommend here is the citizen control over data. That basically I already covered, but it's basically you can see who has accessed. You own the data. Say let's say you would like to change the doctor. Then in these cases, not the doctor is owning your data, but it's you. You can just walk to the next one, and you can change the physician as much as you want. And of course, the key would be that have the single digital identity. What I mean by that is that there is only one with my digital name. There can be no other. And that provides the certainty that if this number appears and in some sort of a transaction, and if this number has been used, it must have been me. And when I talk about the governmental IT architecture, it basically means mostly about data exchange, the format, how things are done, and how data is being treated, and what is the single source of truth. And that is one of the interesting parts where we don't have a big central data registry or data center which actually contains everything about the person. What we have is under every or behind every service, there is only that limited amount of information. So let's say a population registry contains my name, information about my place of residence, about my children, etc., but nothing about my health. They don't know anything about my cars, driving licenses. They have no idea if I do have a hunting license or how much taxes did I pay. Every institution, every governmental institution actually takes care of their own part. And if additional information is required, that information is being queried from the respective data source. So let's say tax administration would like to send me a reminder of something or just to have a notification for me, even though they might have my address from some previous interaction, but what they will do is they will go to the population registry and get my latest. That's the original source of truth for that matter. And when it comes down to the part where there is no legacy, means that basically in every 13 years we have a policy that within every 13 years the systems will be kind of rewritten. There is also a funny example when you think about kind of big countries who actually claim to have the IT systems up and running, and they have also said to be the best in terms of e-governance. So the IT budget for UK is $20 billion. At the same time, Finland spends about $2 billion per year, but Estonia spends about 50 million. And the problem is that the Finnish system, for example, is based on the COBOL programming language, which is actually dated to 1959, and therefore only 18% of the time is spent of the writing of the code, while 70% of the time is trying to figuring out what it actually affects. So in these terms, there's no legacy is the thing that you can actually hold back. So I think I'm running out of time here as well. Clyde, you can basically skip the next, and I think I'm up to answering some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raul Kaidro, CEO and founder of Raul Walter. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful presentation. Unfortunately, we do not have questions, which means that everyone has understood what you have said. So thank you so much for being with us. I know it's early morning for you guys, especially for you and Clyde. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your time. Thank you. So with that, Ilushi.
We move on to the next segment. We have a session by Mr. Chandra De Silva, how to establish trust over the internet. So to brief you all about Mr. De Silva, he's actually a veteran in the ICT industry and took reins as the General Manager, Chief Executive Officer of Lanka Clear in December 2015. He brings with him over 24 years of experience in a spectrum of industries and has held several leading roles in multinationals as well as local organizations. Mr. De Silva went down in history by becoming Sri Lanka's first ever webmaster with the development of Sri Lanka's first commercial website, lanka.net, in 1994. And he was also the engineer responsible for the establishment of the first ever dedicated internet connection in Sri Lanka back in 1995. An old boy of Royal College Colombo, Mr. De Silva has obtained his BSc Honours and MSc in Electrical and Computer Engineering from the State University of New York, USA, specialized in data communication. He also holds an MBA from the Postgraduate Institute of Management, Sri Lanka, and he's a distinguished member at the IEEE USA and the Golden Key USA establishments. And he's been awarded for academic excellence right throughout. So, Mr. De Silva, we're glad to have you on board. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Let me share the screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for the time. So, so I think when we really started, bringing in internet into Sri Lanka in 1995, and also creating websites somewhere from 1994 onwards. I mean, the trust of doing business over the internet was, it has not established at that time, because merely maybe academics sharing information with each other and so on. So I think the real trust factor had to come in when we had to share, especially the commercial communication across the internet using internet technology. So that is where the trust. Why do you need to really trust something that is coming over the internet? And do you need to really establish trust? And how do you do that? I think those are some of the areas that I thought might be prudent. I know there is a tech-savvy audience as well. So I mean, this is probably going to be a PKY 101 for some of you. So hopefully you will not mind that. But I would want to cover some basics so that we move into the important areas through that. So so in that sense, if you really look at the whole concept of internet technology itself, which we know called TCP/IP, is not really based on looking at security. It's mainly looking at how to efficiently communicate across multiple geographies. So in that sense, since the what we call TCP/IP does not really provide any authentication or identification or actual real security, it's the layer above, which is the application layer, which is responsible for whatever security that we provide on the internet. But in general, there had been pretty weak forms of authentication, such as username and passwords. All of us know how the username and passwords are handled these days. How easily guessable the passwords are, and there's no sort of consistency in authenticating a person over the internet. Traditionally. So I think the whole move towards using some form of authenticity, using the internet as a communication medium, especially if you take email exchange or document sharing or any form of commercial document sharing, which has maybe even financial value, financial transactions. We really needed to start looking at how to secure them and how to actually get the receiver. How could the receiver trust something that comes over the internet? I think that was a huge question in terms of the evolution of this whole technologies. So, the traditional problem that we faced in terms of the technology landscape was basically, it's a well-known story, which is about Alice, Bob, and Trudy, right? So simply, you have two people on either side who wants to communicate securely, and there's somebody in the middle who wants to interpret, read, interpret, and modify, if possible, whatever that happens in the communication, right? So let's say Alice and Bob are, maybe lovers, right? And maybe Trudy is the actual wife of Bob, right? So in that case, Trudy here is the intruder, where Alice and Bob wants to communicate securely so that Trudy would not understand. And they want to exchange messages, documents, whatever, securely. Even though Trudy may have access to this information or documents, Trudy should not be able to interpret. I think that is the basis of this whole thing. It's not that it won't go to others' hands. If the concept is, even if it goes to others' hands, they will not be able to make use of it. So, which is the whole concept of what we now call the public key infrastructure. So what is public key infrastructure? It's a framework of using the technologies behind using a public key and a private key, right? So the basic concept of a public key and a private key is there are two keys. So you generate two keys. One key you publicize, you give it to anybody, everybody, general public. It's available on the internet. But you keep the other key securely with you, maybe password protected, securely stored. So that's the basic framework for a public key and a private key. And then so there is a way to generate, and there is a way to validate, and then there is a way to authenticate, and there is a way to provide security on using this. And once this what we call public-private key, or in other words, digital certificate will contain these. How do you issue, store, revoke these certificates? Once issued securely, it also becomes part and parcel of the what we call PKI, or public key infrastructure. So the whole basis of how do you trust somebody over the internet, or the communication that comes over the internet, is basically, this is the basis of building the trust relationship between a sender and a receiver, and also across all stakeholders across the internet. So it's not just one-to-one, it can be one-to-many as well. So what does the public key infrastructure provide in terms of communication, or maybe just simple, maybe sharing of a document, right? So it has to have four factors basically providing, in a communication. One is authentication, right? So the two parties need to authenticate each other, right? For example, if I'm sending something to somebody else on the other side of the world through the internet, the receiver should be able to authenticate that me as me, right? Then also, as you saw in the image, where the person in the middle, or what we call man in the middle, or woman in the middle, if you will, should not be able to change or modify whatever that is being communicated, which is guaranteeing the integrity of what was communicated is the same thing that is received at the other end. So the technology, that underlying technology must guarantee integrity, which is that the content was not changed. The third aspect is what we call non-repudiation. That is, if I send something to somebody claiming to be me, maybe by virtue of a digital signature, I should not be able to get away by saying, no, I'm not the one who signed it. Don't hold me to that. But technology, underlying technology, basically guarantees that it's the sender who's put the digital signature is the one who actually signed that document, because it actually ties the sender to the signature, which is what part of the PKI infrastructure when you use digital signatures. And also, this can also be used for confidentiality. That is, in the transmission of communication, you can make that transmission data also, using encryption, unreadable. So not only providing the authenticity, integrity, and non-repudiation, this can also be used for security as well, in terms of encrypting the channel or encrypting data between the two endpoints. So these are basic parameters of a public key, private key, PKI infrastructure. What are the components of a PKI infrastructure? Obviously, there has to be a public and a private key pair, which I will come to that. And then generally these are, put in what we call a digital certificate. So digital certificate is also part and parcel of the PKI infrastructure. And then there is somebody called a certificate authority, who actually, in terms of who's an intermediary, but this is the party that validates certain aspects, technologically providing that validation. So if you will, you can look at, for example, if I'm sending a document, digitally signed document to somebody, and this is issued by a certificate authority. So what is, or what we call a CSP, certificate service provider. What is the role of that? I mean, in an analogy, if I want to submit a copy of one of my documents, maybe national ID card, copy of that, or birth certificate, whatever, to an authority, I can't just take a photocopy and submit. I need to go to a justice of peace, which is authorized by the government, and that person needs to put his stamp, his or her stamp, stating that this is a true copy of the original. So it's similar role certificate is played by a certificate authority, and a trust structure is built for that certificate authority to be trusted. So which is the whole basis. So for example, in the analogy, the justice of peace is the one that provides the trust structure in this whole scenario. And also an authentication device. Now, for example, if I'm using a digital signature, that should be stored securely, because nobody should be able to have access to that. So that is where the authentication devices come into place, whether it's an actual device or whether it's stored in a secure storage of your mobile. So that will provide adequate security to store these keys. So let's look at a couple of scenarios. How does this work, right? So now simply what we are trying to do is we are trying to exchange something between two sides. And we want to ensure several aspects. I think 4 aspects that we covered: authentication, integrity, confidentiality, and non-repudiation, right? So there are 2 ways of, multiple technologies in the PKI structure. There is something called a symmetric key encryption and asymmetric key encryption, right? So when you say symmetric key, data is taken and converted into a format which is, using a symmetric key, which is difficult to be interpreted in the middle. And then on the other side, the same symmetric key is used to convert it back to the original form. So only the intended receiver can make that interpretation. Let's say there is something that I want to send, maybe a great recipe I want to send. I don't want, or traditional recipe, which is proprietary, which I don't want to be shared. I want to send it to somebody, right? And what would I do? Would use what we call a symmetric key and encrypt this. So use a symmetric key to encrypt this. And once you encrypt, you send it over the internet to the other side, whether it's via email or whatever communication. Then once it comes to the receiver would need the same key that I used to encrypt to decrypt it and convert it back to the original form. So both keys used on either side has to be the same. So that is what's called symmetric key encryption. So one key is used to encrypt, the same key on the other side is used to decrypt. So one challenge in this case is, how do you share this key with the receiver securely? For example, you send symmetrically encrypted communication to the other side, and you may also send the symmetric key. So the same party who intercepts the communication can also intercept the symmetric key and make use of that data, right? So we want to so that's a challenge in symmetric. How do you share this key securely with the other side? So some of the examples are advanced encryption standard, data encryption standard, which DES stands for data encryption standard. IDEA is international data encryption algorithm. There's another standard called Blowfish. Then there are actually 3 standards: RC 4 to 6, Rivers cipher. So these are some of the examples of symmetric. So one of the advantages of using a symmetric key is when you encrypt using a symmetric key, the data volume of data is less. When you use a symmetric key. So what is the other option? So symmetric key is one way of securely sending data to other side. The other mechanism is public and a private key, right? So the technology this technology, how it works is there are 2 keys, and you can use one key to encrypt the data. Then you need the other key, which is generated simultaneously, both keys, right? So one is other key to decrypt. So if you encrypt with key A, you need key B to decrypt. If you encrypt with key B, you need key A to decrypt. So which is the basic principle of a public and private. So how do you communicate using public and private key? So what you do is you take the same scenario of a symmetric, you take something that you want to send to the other side securely, and you use the receiver's public key. So what basically how this works is you generate 2 keys, and then you publicize one key to everybody. You send that key to everybody. So everybody will have access to that your public key, right? But you don't send that private key to anybody. You keep the private key with you. So what happens? So I want to send something to somebody on the other side. I have the public key, which is publicly available, of the receiver. I use the public key to encrypt that data. And at the other end, the receiver can decrypt the data using the private key that he or she has, which nobody else has, and make use of that data. So in terms of, if I want to send somebody something securely so that nobody in the middle can interpret, I would use PKI or public-private key combination, and I would use the receiver's public key to encrypt that data. So this is the basis of the whole communication of public-private key, where when you encrypt with one key, you need the other key to decrypt. So the examples of public-private key are RSA, which is Rivers, Shamir, and Edelman, standing for 3 people who invented this. Then digital signature standard algorithm, and also elliptic curve. These are some of the examples of technologies, algorithms available under public-private. So this is bit basic of public-private key and symmetric key. the third component is basically how do you ensure the message integrity. Now, for example, you may have somebody in the middle, and when you communicate from point A to point B across the internet, somebody in the middle should not be able to take that information and alter and send it to the other side. And if it's altered, by some chance, the receiver should be able to know that it is altered, which is the basis of PKI infrastructure, where what we call messaging digest or algorithm is used, right? So basically what it does is a digest or message digest algorithm, what it does is it provides integrity to a communication. So one thing about message digest is it only provides integrity. It does not provide confidentiality. That is, it does not provide that the information is secure, but it only provides integrity to a communication. So basic concept of a message algorithm or the message digest algorithm is, you say you have something, maybe a document to be sent to the other side. What does this technology do? It takes this the document, let's say electronic document, it runs through what we call a message digest algorithm, which converts and creates what we call a message digest or a hash, which is a fixed length output. Maybe a key, right? So the beauty of this, if you are using the same message algorithm, and every time that you run your message, the document through this thing, it produces the same digest, or we call it a hash. Right? So the basic principle of message digest is you create a hash. So how does it really work? So you take a variable input, which is a length of a message, and run through a hashing algorithm. It generates what we call a message digest or fixed size message, right? So every time you run the same message on the left-hand side through the messaging algorithm or hashing algorithm, it produces the same output. But if you take a different message on the left-hand side, and if you run it through the same algorithm, it produces the same fixed length, but a different hash. So the basic concept is you run this algorithm at the sender's end and run the message through a hashing algorithm, which is it's MD5 SHA, or there are algorithms, hashing algorithms. So for example, let's say you're using MD5, there's a message that I want to communicate. I run it through the MD5 algorithm. It creates an output. Then what happens is, when I send the document to the other side also runs the document to the same hashing algorithm. So what I do is I send the document and I run this through a hashing algorithm and create the hash. I send both to the other side. Then when they receive the document, they run the document through the same hashing algorithm and produces another digest or hash. And they also receive the hash produced at my end. So if they produce, so now they have two hashes. If the hashes match, which means the message has not changed. Because as I said initially, if a particular document is run 100 times through the same hashing algorithm, it produces the same output, same hash. But if I use a different document and run through the same hashing, it will produce a different hash. So whether I run my document at my end through the same hashing algorithm, and at the receiver's end, the running through the same hashing algorithm, it needs to provide the same hash if the document has not changed. So if the hashes match, it guarantees that the document has not changed in the middle, because both are run independently on either side, the hashing algorithms. But if the hashes do not match, the document that was sent from my end and the document that was received at the other end does not match. So there has been some alteration in the middle. So the beauty of this hash is it's what we call a one-way function. Once you run through this hashing algorithm, it produces the hash. You cannot go back or recreate back the original document from the hash. It's one way. This algorithm can only create a hash, but it cannot create a document from the hash. Reverse, it cannot be done. So it's called a one-way function. So without any problem, I can send a document and the hash to the other side, and the other side can run the same document with the same hashing algorithm. Ideally, it should produce the same hashing if the document has not been altered. So if they are altered, then the hashes won't match. The receiver would know that the document is not the same that was sent from the other side. So this is the basis of messaging hash function. What are part and parcels of a system which is using public-private key cryptography? Symmetric key that is using the same key on either side. A public-private key which is using two keys, which is a key pair on either side, and a message digest or message hash. So these are the basic components of a PKI system. So when you have a public key and a private key, if you receive somebody's public key and you use that public key to encrypt that using the receiver's public key, it can only be decrypted by the receiver using the receiver's private key, right? So the two things that needs to happen in establishing trust is the sender needs to trust that this public key belongs to the receiver. Because I can also send somebody else's public key saying it's my public key. So does the receiver trust that this is my public key? So that is where the certificate authority comes in, guaranteeing that this public key belongs to me. And also the private key. So I will have the private key of my private key with me, and I need to store it securely, because if I give or if somebody takes away my private key, the whole security of the communication goes for a 6, because they can also, whoever who gets that access to the private key can decrypt and receive that communication. So storing this private key securely is a part and parcel of the security of this whole ecosystem. Let's look at how authentication is used in this whole scenario. So let's say I'm accessing some server, and I want to actually communicate with a server, maybe for a financial transaction securely, right? So, for example, let's say Joe wants to communicate with the application server securely. Joe requests access from an application server. The application server looks up Joe's public key, because application server wants to communicate with Joe securely, then validates whether this public key is actually issued to Joe, and also whether that is expired through the certificate authority. And if both are okay, both are valid, what the application server does is it actually issues a challenge to Joe, asking some known question from Joe, right? For example. And then what Joe would do is take the challenge and provide the answer, right? Say, what is your name? Should say Joe, right? And then what Joe would do is Joe would use his private key, his private key to encrypt the response back. And once the server decrypts Joe's the communication using Joe's public key, because as I said, when Joe sends a response, uses his private key, it can be decrypted using his public key, which is public, which the application server knows, right? And if the results match, that is, if the communication matches, with the correct answer, for example, and it was decrypted using Joe's public key, Joe is authenticated because it also validates that Joe has signed that response using his private key, which is only with Joe. And I, on the other side, or the application server on the other side, was able to decrypt using Joe's public key, which is a key pair, right? Which binds Joe to that response, say, because it is no other person other than Joe who signed this communication, because it was used to, the Joe's private key was used to sign, and Joe's public key was used to unsign or decrypt, encrypt and decrypt, right? So then that actually guarantees authenticity of Joe in this case. That's one scenario. How do you validate authenticity? Using public-private key. So basis is that somebody's private key is used to sign a communication, and if that can be decrypted using the same person's public key, it binds the person, because whatever that can be decrypted using the public key of the sender would have been communicated, would have been encrypted using the private key of the sender. No, nothing else. Because if something else is used, the public key of the sender will not be able to decrypt the communication. So that's the basis of authentication. So, and we also have what we call the secure socket layer, or SSL. So how does it work? It actually works in a combination of using symmetric key and public-private key. So one of the problems of public-private key is when you encrypt using a public-private key, either of them, the amount of data that is created is much larger than using a symmetric key. So for efficient communication, ideally you want to use symmetric key. But how do you securely send the symmetric key to the other side? That is where the problem is, right? So if I want to communicate with a server using HTTPS, how does it work? The server has a certificate where the server's public key is there, right? So the server sends the public key, the receiver receives the public key, gets the public key of the sender. The receiver gets the public key of the server, takes the public key, and generates a symmetric key on his side. So once you generate a symmetric key, the problem I said earlier is how do you share the symmetric key securely with the other side? So what happens in SSL is it takes the server's public key and it encrypts the symmetric key with the public key of the other side, right? So it encrypts with the public key. So even if somebody intercepts in the middle, since the party in the middle does not have the private key of the other side, cannot decrypt this. So what happens is it encrypts the other side's, encrypts the symmetric key using other side's public key and sends to the other side. And the other side has the private key. The receiver has his or her private key, and then uses that private key to decrypt the symmetric. So now what happens is only the receiver can decrypt the symmetric key. SSL has ensured that we can securely communicate the private key to the other side by using a public key and private key infrastructure. So SSL uses both these. So basically SSL uses public-private key to exchange the symmetric key. And once the keys are exchanged, the symmetric keys are exchanged on either side, then they can start using the symmetric key to encrypt and decrypt. Because anyone in the middle would not have access to that symmetric key, because that symmetric key was communicated to the other side securely using PKI. So which is the basis of SSL. What is digital signature? Very simple. You take the document or take the communication and run it through the messaging or hashing algorithm on the sender side. And it creates a digest of or a hash of the document. Then what you do is you use the sender's private key to encrypt the digest. You send the receivers, you use the receiver's private key to encrypt the digest. And you send the original document as well as encrypted digest to the receiver. Receiver gets the document and a hash, which is the encrypted digest. Receiver, remember this digest was encrypted using sender's private key. And sender's public key is publicly available, which is available to the receiver. So receiver uses the sender's public key to decrypt the digest. And then what does the receiver do? Receiver takes the original message and runs through the same hashing algorithm and creates a digest on the receiver side. So now receiver has two digests, which is the decrypted digest that was sent from the sender and the digest that was created at the receiver's end. If the two match, one is it guarantees that the the document has not changed, because at the receiver's end, the digest or the hash that is created matches with the digest or the hash that is created at the sender's end. So the document integrity is guaranteed. In addition, if they both match, it also guarantees it's the receiver who sends the document, because the digest was decrypted using the sender's public key, which means the sender's private key was used to encrypt the hash or the digest, which means it's the receiver who signed or receiver who encrypted this hash, which means it binds the receiver, because obviously access to the private key is restricted to the receiver. So in a digital signature, it provides integrity as well as non-repudiation, which means the receiver cannot run away, sender cannot run away saying, hey, I'm not the one who signed it. And if the results match, it binds the communication to the sender. So that's the basis of digital signature. Where does these digital signatures get stored? Which is what we call in a digital certificate. So that is where the certificate service provider comes in, right? Because I can just say, I generate my own keys and I sign and send to somebody else. Would they accept that? So that is where a trusted third party comes in, right? So for example, if you look at the image on the right-hand side, which is basically, sort of a snapshot of a part of a digital certificate, which will have the sender, which will have maybe the organization title, the certificate authority who actually issued this certificate, and the validity period, and all this information is there for the receiver to check. Right? So receiver can validate this, and whether the certificate has digital signature has expired, all this information is stored. Again, as I said, because the private key is the key to digital signing, right? Private key has to be secure, because if private key goes to somebody else, including the password, maybe if it's stored in a secure device, the whole security of the communication goes. So the private key can be stored in a secure token, which is what we are doing in Sri Lanka right now. Then it can also be stored in smart card, which is also maybe password protected. Or it can just be password protected storage, which is not really recommended, because obviously you can hack into a PC and other areas very easily. It's advisable to store in a device like this, or even a secure storage of a mobile device, which is actually securely implemented in iOS and Android as well. So the whole part of how do you trust becomes, do you trust the certificate, and do you trust whether the private key was stored securely? I think that the trust model builds down to that, right? Where do you get a certificate? Basically, you get it from what we call a certificate authority or a certificate service provider, and this certificate service provider, before issuing, ensures the identity, proof of identity by validating documents. That it goes through an international process, and then the governing the process, there is a certification practice statement, which, with the certificate service provider, and also which is actually governed through an international audit process. And also, so all these processes ensures the trust and the technology level trust that is built into the CSP. Functions of a certificate authority, there are two functions. One is the registration authority and other one is the certification authority. A service that the registration authority is basically, handles the part of applying for a certificate, and then the certification authority handles the, issuance, managing of certificates, revoking, because a certificate can be expired or it can also be revoked. If somebody doesn't want or lost, maybe a key is lost, can be revoked. So all these functions are handled through a certificate authority. Coming back, the CSP or the certificate service provider or the CA is basically what is available in Sri Lanka. Was established in 2009 under the name Lanka Sign, which is actually administered and governed by Central Bank as part of Lanka Clear. And it actually conforms to the Electronic Transaction Act of 2006, even with the subsequent amendment, which was improved. And the generation, secure, storage, everything is basically handled through international practices, which is actually validated through, ISO standard as well as other standards. And also in 2011, National Certification Authority Task Force was established by the government. ICTA was involved. ICTA and Central Bank were involved in setting this up basically to establish a governance practice for the certificate service providers. And right now, Lanka Sign is the only authorized CSP operating in Sri Lanka, authorized by the NCA Task Force. And also, we are looking at NCA, National Certificate Authority, basically to get these digital certificates accepted in other countries. Cross-border, the National Certificate Authority was established last year, going through a web trust certification process actually administered by Sri Lanka Cert. And currently, Lanka Sign is going through the web trust certification process to come align under the national CA and issue the future digital certificates under the NCA route. Then what happens is these digital certificates will also be accepted cross-border. So we are looking at Q1 next year for this process to be completed. Basically, the way how it works is, previously when Lanka Sign was established in 2009, there was no NCA task force or NCA established. So what actually happens is the certificate of the intermediary CA, which is the CSP, is signed by the key of the root key, the national root key, national CA key, right? So since there was no national root key, Lanka Sign actually, through the administrative observations of Central Bank, ICT and Sri Lanka Cert, self-signed the root key, going through ISO 27001-2013 process, and created a self-signed root key, and the digital certificates are signed using the self-signed root key, which is basically called Lanka Sign, which is basically housed in military-grade HSM equipment, and also the environment of running that is PCI DSS environment, where all the access controls to digital access, all that is maintained. And this digital signatures, certificates once created automatically through the HSMs, directly written to the secure devices, which are secure tokens, and no human intervention until it goes to the receiver. Receiver puts a password and only the receiver will have access. Nobody in the middle has access to that. So that's how the trust model is built in. So once the Lanka Sign goes to the web trust certification, it'll align under the NCA, then it'll use the NCA root certificate to sign rather than the self-signing. Once that is done, these certificates will be accepted cross-border. How can I use these digital signatures for establishing trust? You can encrypt channels. You can use securely communicate using public-private key. You can use for digital signatures. You can encrypt your emails. You can authenticate your connections. Either side, I demonstrated in a previous slide how to authenticate. You can control access to information, and also you can create wrappers around your communication using public-private key. Simply, a document, how would it look? My time is running out. So simply, you create a digital create a digital document, maybe save it as a PDF, you just attach your digital signature. It can be even your image of your physical signature, but digitally signed. It can have your common seal. And once the receiver receives it, receiver can simply click on the digital signature that is put in by the sender and validate the expiry date, authenticity, who has authorized. All the information is captured, which cannot be done in an electronic document or electronic signature as opposed to a digital signature. So when we saw, adoption of this in Sri Lanka, why was the Lanka sign established? Basically to secure communication for digital payments. So actually, Lanka Clear runs a bulk payment system called SLIPS, which is basically used for salary payments, where a file is communicated for bulk payments between banks. And what we do is we use digital signatures to digitally sign that document before submission, and the receiver can validate that the document has not altered by using digital signatures and private keys. Right? So that's the function. So check clearing, slips, USD draft, all these systems have been using, and more than 45 financial institutions have been using for this. And Sri Lanka Customs, they actually started digitally receiving digital signed documents from green channel customers, but from 1st of August, they are mandated that all traders should use digital signatures for better authenticity. Chamber of Commerce has been using it for years with more than 150 exporters to communicate with them. Sorry, there's a typo. This should be 450,000. So we have actually using a payment mode called Just Pay, which is basically a digital mandate is signed by customers with the bank. And this digital mandate is signed using a digital signature that is issued to the customer. And this digital, we have already issued more than 450,000 digital certificates for this. And that is actually stored in a secure area, secure storage of a mobile device. And we have already seen a lot of government departments coming in, central bank, electricity board, CERT, TRC, and so many other private sector banks and others, Colombo Stock Exchange, using this, getting adopted. Why is trust important? And why is it important to enter trust across internet? Because when I claim to be somebody on this side, would the receiver trust that who you claim to be, right? Because nobody on the internet knows who's on the other side, whether it's a human or even a dog. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
For that very informative presentation.
Very informative, Nilushi, one of the board director and also CEO of Lanka Clear. Thank you so much. And I'm sure this has been a fruitful session to all the participants. We thank you so much once again for taking your time to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
So with that, Nilushi, we've got a very exciting talk again. Now, this is, let me try and open this up. Yes. So we've heard about secure by design, right? We've heard of these concepts where we ensure that security is incorporated in every aspect of development of software. Right from requirements gathering, maintenance stage, we try and include all possible things to ensure that software that is built is incorporated with security. Having said security by practice, right? Now, it's going to talk on, but certainly I'm looking forward to this session. So without any further ado, let me invite Dr. Chaturadi Silva. He's a senior attached to Department of Computer Science and Engineering, University of Moratuwa, and who has got over 20 years of experience. He's also a director at the Center for Instructional Technology at University of Moratuwa. Dr. Chaturadi Silva holds a doctorate of National University of Singapore in the area of biometric systems and biometric security. Master of Engineering and Young Technology, Singapore, a Bachelor of Science of Engineering in Computer Science and Engineering from University of Morato, Sri Lanka. He is also a chartered engineer of institution of in Sri Lanka. Dr. De Silva is also a well-established consultant in the domains of process automation and e-government systems in multiple countries. So with that, let me cordially invite Dr. Chatra De Silva. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Let me first share my slides with you. I hope my slides are visible to you right now.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, okay, right, thank you. Okay, so I'm not a security expert actually. My work is mostly on process engineering and implementation of automation projects, as mentioned earlier, and I have worked mostly in the cross-border transaction environment where the information as well as processes are often considered to be very much classified and very sensitive. So usually these systems are built with a lot of security measures. I mean, they are provided with state-of-the-art security equipment, all the protection mechanisms, all ranging from physical access control to all the security measures that we were talking in the previous sessions. But in spite of all these things, I mean, there have been serious concerns in some of these setups simply because someone who was expected to keep the key at a safe place left it under the carpet or maybe under a flower pot so that he can find it very easily when he comes back in a subsequent day. So that sometimes compromise all these security efforts that you get, all the investment that you make in the security establishment because of a simple practice that is not adhering to the best practices. So I'm going to talk about some of these things, some of the things that you need to be aware, and some certain things that we don't consider as very serious, but could lead to a lot of issues if we are not adhere to those practices. And because we are also running a little bit late, I'll try to keep it short and finish as early as possible so that I will not stand in between you and your lunch for the day. So if we look at, this internet security became more of a concern in the late 90s or early this century, when more and more systems started to get exposed into the internet. I mean, when they were connected to the internet and allowing people to access from outside. So initially, there was a lot of concern about how you make these central systems more secure. I mean, how you prevent someone from outside from coming in and sort of getting access to these systems and doing things that they are not authorized to do. So subsequently, the industry came up with many different solutions. And today we have many different solutions that can assure that our central infrastructure or the systems are not, they are well protected. So when they become protected, the hackers or the people who want to gain unauthorized access also change their focus into other things. Because everyone knows that we can protect the central system, but there should be access to that from outside. Otherwise, no one can use that. So they change their focus from central infrastructure, because they know that that is difficult to be hacked into or breached into the connectivity and the outside things, which are more vulnerable. So they were looking at the environment in which these people will access to these devices, and the devices themselves used to connect to these central secure systems, and most importantly, the people who will be using these systems. Because in any system, there will be tens of people who are legally authorized to access the data or carry out transaction on the system. If someone can hack into one of those persons, right, one of those users, that may be an easy path to get away, because all the security mechanisms that are in between the system and the outside world will trust him. So that's how the focus has changed. Basically, focus has changed into the more weaker part of the system, which is the humans who operate on the system and as well as the devices that they are connected with. In fact, if you look at the changes that came up with the recent past, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, made this problem to be even more significant. The reason is that, I mean, before COVID-19, I mean, if you take countries like us, we were not heavily involved with online platforms. Suddenly, we started using Zoom for our meeting, or Microsoft Teams, or WebEx for our meetings. Suddenly, we start sending emails through our mobile phones, or I mean, through home computers. Suddenly, we start sending documents by simply taking a picture of that in our mobile phone and then sending through WhatsApp or email to someone else for processing. I mean, these were things that were not accepted as valid 2 years back. So all these changes combined with the vulnerability that individual has in this environment made this problem even to be significant. I mean, we might see some more things coming, some more issues coming in the future unless we act now and make sure that we protect our systems. And also, we live in a connected world. I mean, we are connected to many other people, and very often we share information with people we have never even met. I mean, if you look at your Facebook friends, or I mean, people who are in various other social media networks, I can guarantee that, I mean, 50% of the time, you may not even met, at least in last 10, 15 years, or not even at all together. So but we share our details with them. We tell them what we do, what we like, and where we are, except everything. And are we sure that only those people will have access to those information? Are we sure that the people who are on our social media networks are the same, the real people that they are supposed to be? We don't know. So that also, and we use our devices, which we use to connect with them, to submit our official documents as well. So can that make us more vulnerable? Yes. So unless you take the necessary precautions. If you take the necessary precautions, it may be safer, but otherwise the results can be disastrous. I mean, if you look at certain media reports and certain things happening in the recent past, you will realize that. Then how you would become a target? Would a hacker who want to gain access to a secure system would target you? Why would they want to target you? You might think, okay, I'm not the administrative user of the system. I'm just a simple end user who will have very limited authority in my entire system. So why would a person would hack into them? Or you might think, okay, I'm not using my office system at all. I'm just a manual operator, one manual worker there. I mean, I have a computer, but it is not connected to our secure system. But I simply go there and work. I don't even use a computer. But still, you can be a target. And a hacker might find targeting you to be the way to get into your system, or in other words, or to steal some data from your organization. And how it would happen. I'd like to explain some of the ways that can happen in an organization. So typically, what will happen is that a hacker would try to hack into you first. And by doing that, he will try to steal your identity. And with your identity, he will be able to access the organization system. So he would try to impersonate yourself without you knowing that's happening, and trying and doing certain things on your system using your login credentials. So there, your login credentials becomes very important. And very often, your login credentials may have been compromised, which means someone may be having your login credentials, even you without knowing that. Some of you may even experience that with certain services by now. So there are few ways that a hacker would come and try to grab your login credentials. One may be trial and error. I mean, if he knows about you, if he knows about what type of things that you remember easily and what type of pattern that you use for your passwords, etc., he might want to try it out, because many people use very easy to crack password, their birthdays, their vehicle numbers, phone numbers, or their friends' names or something like that as password. So there are very common things that people use, and they might try trial and error. But of course, some systems are intelligent enough. If they try the wrong password several times, they will lock your account, like that. So if you see that your account being locked without you let's say trying the wrong password, I think that's definitely a very high red flag that someone is trying to hack into your account. Or they might try to convince you to reveal your password. Sometimes you knowing or even without knowing that. Or sometimes he's thinking that, okay, I'm telling password to someone for a legitimate purpose. Right? There are spoofing attacks, phishing attacks that will try to exploit those kind of things. They will use what we are to technically refer as social engineering, that to be friendly with someone and trying to him to do something that you want, or trying to get him to disclose his personal information to you so that you can use it for a malicious purpose. And also they might want to make you a spy, a tool of a spy. For example, they might want to install something with you and see what you, not you, but what your environment, what is happening in your environment. That can be easily done with today's technology and the exposure that our devices has to the environment. So those are the things, some of the things that I'll be talking today. I'll show how it can happen in a very practical, very simple way, and also see what are the things that you need to be concerned about in protecting yourself from these type of things. You might also ask, okay, someone get my password. What can he do? Right? What can he do? So regardless of your role, operational role in your organization, or the authority that you have in a system, you are always a VIP for them. So you are very important to him, because if they know that if they can hack into you, through you, they can get many things done. For example, they might steal your personal data and try to use that personal data to do some counterfeit work. Or else they might carry out, if they know that you have access in your system and you have authority in your system to do certain type of transactions, they might impersonate your credentials and carry out those transactions in the system. It could be for getting some fraudulent thing happening, or it could be with a kind of a sabotage kind of a motive to erase some record, or change some record, or even erase the entire thing from your database. They might use your device to launch as a launch pad to attack someone else. They might log into your device, and from your device, impersonating you, they might attack someone else. And when the investigation goes on and is traced back, it will be your device and your credential which has used to use the attack. So you will be in trouble at least until the investigation is completely done. Then they might impersonate you, pretend to be you, and try to deceive someone else, one of your friends, your relatives, or your seniors, your management, or someone even you are not knowing that. So that's another risk that might happen. And they might gain access to your other accounts. For example, they might gain access to your bank accounts and try to do transactions on your bank account. They might gain access to your email accounts and send emails like you to other people, right? Or in worst case, they might use your device as a spy agent, right? So they might install something on your device so that they could access your environment through your device. Even though you are not a direct victim of that thing, through you they will get. But when so that is also dangerous as in the same level, because it will be you who will be responsible for that particular thing, whatever the thing happened in the system. Then also, these hackers are very patient, right? They are masterminds of human behavior analysis. They are very patient, right? Even though they get hold of your credentials, they will not do something immediate. It's very likely that they will monitor you and your actions for a very long time before they act. They will see what you do on, using your credentials. They will see that what is your role, what is your responsibility in the system, and what type of authority you are having, and what type of things that you are involved in, and what are other things that you are involved in, what are the other services that you are involved in, and likewise they will collect information about you and your activities a lot before starting to act. So if you are vigilant, and if you are careful about your environment, there's a very good chance that you will be able to notice some of these activities, because hackers will act in a particular way. They will try to act without you present. So you will see that there are certain artifacts on the system or the environment that is left by them. And if you are vigilant enough, you will be able to discover, or at least be suspicious of those things. For example, if you suddenly see that your profile in the system, your settings are changed. If you are sure that you have not done that, right? For example, you log into your email account, you see that some of the email settings, the layout of the screen or something is changed. So, and you have not done that, and there are suspicions that someone else has done that. And you have to be vigilant about that. If you see that certain transaction has been happened, for example, certain emails, you never read them, but they have been marked as read. or a certain transaction which you have not completed has been completed. Certain request has been gone out of you which you have never initiated. So all those are red flags. And most of the system will have a last login time. When you log in, it will say, okay, you logged into the system last this particular timestamp. So if you recall when you logged in, for example, you might be using the system only during your work hours, but suddenly you see that, okay, someone has logged in at 10 p.m. or 1 a.m. in the morning. Because most of the time, these hackers may be outside Sri Lankan time zone and they may be accessing from outside even. So those are, again, error flags. And most of the things that hackers would try to do might not get succeed. And as a result, they might leave error artifacts on your system, which you might also be able to see. For example, a return mail where the address is not correct, something like that, that might be available. So all those things you need to be very careful about. That's as the end user. And also the admin users, the administrators. If you're an administrator of a system in an organization, there are certain other things that you have to be vigilant about. For example, if you look at the log files and transaction records, if there are unusual transaction timestamps, which has happened outside your regular operating hours, if there are outliers, I mean, you know that particular transaction usually happens in a particular time of day, but there's a couple of transactions which has happened outside that. That's a huge red flag. If you see your network is suddenly becoming more active and you have, let's say, a lot of data transfers happening in or out from the network, that's a red flag. And if you think the IP addresses that are usually used to connect into your system, even from outside, I mean, you see there's a different pattern. Suddenly you see that there's a foreign IP address which is used to connect you to a system where your system is mostly used by local users. So that's another red flag. So likewise, if you again you keep on monitoring the systems and look at those log files, dashboards, etc. very carefully, you will be able to, in most cases, identify some of these activities before the hacker takes control over the system. So that's where you have to be vigilant. And in most cases, when it comes to the login credentials, your password is the first line of defense. And if you maintain your password in the correct way, I mean, that will give you a lot of security. I mean, it's not the only security that you should rely on. Password itself may not be sufficient to protect you, but you have to, that's the first line of defense that you have. Typically, always try to avoid reuse of passwords. Sometimes we are connected to many different services and we have many different passwords. We often find it very difficult. So we might use the same password on multiple services. And hackers also knows that. If they hacked into one of your accounts, he knows that other accounts may also be using the same password. So one of the first things that they will try is to see whether the same password works in the other accounts as well. So wherever possible, try to avoid using the same password on multiple services. And make your password to be complex. If the hacker is going to try trial and error, if your password is complex, then it will be much more difficult for them to guess and hack into your password. And also change password frequently. A password unchanged for a long time is a disaster waiting to happen. Right? So at some point, might guess it or take it if you are very sensitive, so that you have to change your password very frequently. And also always memorize the password. Never write the password anywhere in a visible form. Right? Yeah. I mean, there have been instances where people's money have been taken out of banks simply because they had the slip, that safe cover slip that come with the ATM card. They have left it somewhere in the house, and when the burglar comes into the house, they get the card plus that piece of paper hidden inside the almirah cupboard or something like that, and they use that for do transaction. There are reported cases like that. So make sure that you never write down the password in a visible way in any form, and always make sure that you destroy the paper that you get with the password. And the first instance that you think that your account is suspicion that you get that your account has been compromised, change all the passwords that you are having. I mean, you might think, okay, my office account may have been hacked into, but my bank accounts are safe. They have a different password, but don't depend on that. Change all the password on the very first instance that you are suspicious that something might have happened. And also, sometimes we save our passwords on the browser or on the mobile phone. That's again a risk factor. even though they are saved in an encrypted and very safe manner, when you log into the device, the passwords will become automatically available. So wherever possible, try to avoid saving the passwords. And also don't use predictable passwords. I mean, don't use something like a word of a dictionary or some phrase or some thing known to you as the password, because that's the pattern that they will hackers will be able to guess. And never use the default password that is given to you. I mean, I think there are many places where the default password is not changed. One classic example, a very common example is if you have a CCTV system at your house installed by someone, very likely the admin password of that is the default password that is there. So that not only you, anyone who has access to a network, if it is connected to the internet, will be able to see what is happening in your CCTV system. And also, never record your password. I know people who keep records of their password as SMS in their phone. Never do that. If your phone gets compromised, all the records will be gone. Some people keep passwords in a simple Word document or Excel document and keep it in their computer. Some put a password to that document and think that, okay, it is safe. But what happens if that password gets compromised? Think about that. And also, some systems has multi-factor authentication. You might get a OTP token, or you might get a token device or something like that. But they are good because they add another level of layer of defense into the system, security into the system. But don't over rely on the multi-factor authentication, because we think that, okay, since we have multi-factor authentication or a one-time password attached my account, I don't need to keep my password safe. This is only one factor in a multi-factor environment. So don't over rely on multi-factor authentication. I mean, sometimes even in the design, there are flaws. For example, there are certain institutions which will send the OTP token to a SMS, at the same time will send it to an email as well. So if you are using the computer to log into the same thing, and very likely your email is a public email address like Gmail or Hotmail, you are already logged into that account as well. So your password will be visible for anyone who have access to that computer at that time. So make sure that wherever possible, you get the multi-factor authentication through only one channel, and don't over rely on the multi-factor authentication. Then how to protect yourself from phishing attacks. I mean, this is the kind of attacks where people will try to obtain sensitive information from you by convincing you to disclose that. Not by hacking into the system, but somehow convincing you to do that, either by convincing or either by sort of pretending that they're asking it for a legitimate purpose. For example, I'm sure all of you have at least received one email in your life saying that, okay, someone is willing to give you money, or you have won a lottery or something like that, or saying that your Gmail account or the Hotmail account is going to expire, you need to reset it, or saying that the quota of your email account or the cloud drive is reaching its limits and you need to enhance it, otherwise the entire content will be lost, or something like that. Or you might receive an email saying that your bank, there's some transaction happens and you need to log in and authorize that transaction. So be very careful about these things, because an organization or a service provider will never ask for your credentials. And also, these people who use this kind of social engineering techniques know that the panic or the urgency or a required action, that kind of words are the key words that will make people do things they would otherwise not want to do. So whenever you see an email which has a required type of action that you must do that to in a very urgent manner to do something, or saying that it shows the logo or kind of a appearance of a very trusted service provider like maybe Gmail or Google or Dropbox or YouTube or something like that, don't think that is correct. Even if you see your bank's logo on your email, don't think that is correct. Ever think that is correct. Always verify whether that request is legitimate, and never ever disclose your password to anyone. Even if your boss or if your superior asks for your password, don't reveal that, because password is something part of your identity, and you have a right to protect your identity at any cost. So keep in mind that an organization or a service provider will never ever ask you to disclose your login credentials. If they want, they will ask you to. You can ask them to change it. Right? They might lock your account out and ask you to come to the bank or the service provider and change it. They will never ask you to reveal your disclose your password. And on the other hand, they will never ask you to change it over the internet also. Because one of the things that the hackers would do is they will send you an email with a link like what appears here, and with the link, and the link would look like very much legitimate with the bank name, the domain name, and everything. And once you click, it will take you to a web page which will ask you to enter your previous password, user ID both, and then a new password. So this is a fake website that you are taken into. So that fake website will record your login credentials and then give you some error message, or you might even redirect you to the correct website also. So they have your login credentials. So always make sure that before you, if you see a mail like this, and if you think, okay, all the other parameters in this email look very legitimate, and if you are, let's say, 99% sure that, okay, this is a legitimate email, but before clicking on any of these links, in fact, before clicking on any link in an email, make sure that you move your mouse over the link, and that will reveal on the browser the correct link that you see. And you will see that it is different from the link which is displayed, hyperlink which is displayed on the email. So that's a red flag that you need to be worried about. Then, there are many telltale flags or red flags that might say a particular email message or a website is trying to do social engineering and try to take your credentials. For example, if you receive an email, if it is your official account, usually there are certain people who will send you email, especially official emails. Always check whether the from address what you see is from someone who would communicate with you normally. See whether he's someone inside the organization or someone outside the organization, or someone from nowhere, right? And see whether it comes from a suspicious domain. Certain domain names, certain country codes are known to be used for these frauds, right? So see whether they come from an unusual suspected domain. And if you do, and also the name that appears in front of the from name may not be the real from address that you are getting. Again, try to whoever depending on the mail browser, the mail client that you are using, it may available or not available. But if you think that is not usual, it is unusual, always double check the address before you take any actions, if you send any details. Just try and reply to and see what the address appears may be one option to do that. Never disclose sensitive information without doing that verification. And also to whom that the address was sent. By looking at the nature of the content of the mail, based on your work experience, you might know that, okay, this type of mail should go to whom. If the to list has many people who are not correlated, who are not linked to that kind of a request, that's another red flag. And if the email has hyperlinks, whoever the hyperlinks, and see whether they are the correct hyperlink, what is included in the link address is the same as this one. If the hyperlink has an IP address as the domain, then it's a very high suspicious case. There's no proper organization would work without a domain name. Look at the date and the time. If the email was generated somewhere outside the normal or working hours or in a suspicious time, right? So depending on the content of the email, that's another red flag. What appears as the subject? Is it related? Right? And also the attachments. No attachment is safe, right? Because later I'll show that people can send spyware, various viruses and various things linked to attachment. The moment you double click, that attachment get controlled and it will take control of your machine, at least to a certain extent. So never trust attachment. Wherever possible, first save the attachment and then try to open it, not by double clicking. Saving and opening is also not 100% safe, but it is somewhat better than double clicking and opening the attachment, because then you will use the proper application to open it at least. For example, someone might send an executable file to look like a Word document. So if you double click, It might be the executable file that really executes inside the system. But if you save it and use Microsoft Word to open it, at least Word will say that the file is corrupted or something wrong with the file. So always try to use the proper application to open the file, not simply double clicking, especially if you are suspicious about the email. And usually these emails that are sent by hackers will have a lot of language errors. There will be spelling errors, grammar errors. For example, the local names may not be spelled correctly, like that. So those are again red flags that you need to be worried about. I can tell you one example which happened, I think, a year ago. There's a World Bank project in Sri Lanka where several foreign consultants were working. They were working from their native countries because of the COVID situation. They were unable to come to the country. So once they submit, the payments were transferred through electronically through to their accounts. Now, because of the pandemic situation, they were communicating through email, and a hacker hacked into one of the consultants' account. He did nothing but monitor what he was doing. He knew through the communication, by monitoring the communication, he knew that this person was working for this particular World Bank project, and there was a payment due for him. So what the hacker did was that he impersonated the person and sent an email to the client office in Sri Lanka asking the payment to be made to a particular bank account. But fortunately, at the last minute, they discovered that there was something suspicious, and they sent through a separate channel. They communicated with the consultant and found out that the consultant has not made that request. All the emails that were sent through the email address, this person in the middle was monitoring that, and he was responding to them appropriately. So that's how they operate. They are very patient. They will watch you and take actions behind the scene to make you least suspicious. Then the other risk is the malware and viruses that might come into your devices. A malware is a piece of software, or virus is the same, which will designed to do some damage. It's a piece of software. So software can do some damage only if it gets controls. Now this software may be an application, executable. It may be a macro in some other application like maybe Word, Excel, or something like that. And or else it could be a software hidden inside some other software. Now you might think, okay, I have a virus scanner, my virus scanner will detect that. Yes, virus scanners will detect that, provided the virus scanner is updated properly. And also there can be a time gap between the virus scanner detecting the activity and a new virus coming in. So virus scanners are safe, but they are not 100% safe. So virus scanner is not an excuse for you to ignore the precautionary measures that you need to take. So whenever you try to open a file, if you have software that are trying to open the file, complains saying that there's a security risk, consider that very seriously. Never click on the yes button without reading that message. Typically we tend to click on the yes button without reading the message, right? So never do that. Then there's ransomware, which is again a software. They will come into a computer, be in the computer for some time, and someday they might active and encrypt your hard drive and ask you money to decrypt it or re-enable it, recover it. So that's another thing that hackers will do. And more often, some of them will use spyware or keyloggers. They might send you a software, small piece of software, sometimes pretending that to be a legitimate piece of software, or small app or some utility that you can use. And that, as part of that application, it get installed in your machine, and it will log your keyboard. So every keystroke that you type, it will keep a log of that. So when you type your password in your bank account or the PIN number in your bank account, it will capture that. And it will transmit that file to the hacker so that he get control of your machine. So make sure that whenever you install something, especially when you download it from something, you download it from the original trustworthy site. Never ever download various apps or various software that appears in different websites. Always make sure that you download only legitimate and authentic and trustworthy websites that's applicable for your computers as well as your mobile phone. Or a hacker could install some software. For example, let's say it might install some software, a kind of a spyware in your mobile phone, and through that, it can control your mobile phone. It can activate your microphone. It can activate your webcam even. In a computer, in a desktop computer, it can activate your webcam and see who is around. Those kind of things are happening in the world. And also, you also need to, when it comes to your mobile phone and let's say internet connection, one good vigilant point that you can do is to keep track of your data usage. Because when the webcam is activated, when the voice, the microphone is activated, it will eat up your data quota. So if you see suddenly your data is being used, or if you, in most mobile phones or most data providers will allow you to see the data usage chart. If you see that constantly it is being used when you are not using the phone, that means something is happening. So those are again another things that you have to be careful about, especially if you work in an institution or a place where security and sensitive information discussions may be happening, even not in computers but in a conference room. So there someone might be interested about that. To give you another example, there was a place in Sri Lanka actually, I mean, where a lot of confidential, commercially relevant discussions were happening. And that organization realized that some of their discussions that they happen in the boardroom, which is under very strict confidential clauses, were leaking out. And when they did an investigation, what they found was that someone with a commercial interest on certain activities has arranged with the cleaning staff to dump the dustbin, the waste paper basket, collect the papers from the waste paper basket and hand it over to them. So when you do something, you make a mistake, when you write a report, you make a mistake, or calculation, you make a mistake, you throw that paper as it is to the dustbin and that goes to the person. So the security is not limited to electronic devices. It can be supporting devices as well. I'll show some weak point in few slides later. So when you later email, so these are the things that you need to be worried about. Check whether you get it from a known person. Check whether the reply to address, I mean, whether the reply address refers to someone who would interact with you. And make sure if it is copied, whether it's copied to, I mean, you receive it and there are other people in the copy list, are they relevant for this type of communication? Or they are randomly selected from your organization? See whether they are encoded URLs. See whether the URL message that is displayed, the hyperlink which is displayed, is same as the actual URL inside that. Look out for the content. I mean, telltale signs that the spelling mistake, grammar mistakes, etc. If there are attachments, see whether the attachment type, the size of the file, all those are relevant to what the email is about. And look at the subject, whether it's spelled correctly, it's reflected correctly, and it is relevant to the body of the email. So those are some of the critical things that you need to be worried about, especially when you get an email that is not, I mean, trustworthy or suspicious. The next thing is that if wherever possible, keep your personal email account and for personal thing only. Avoid using your personal email account for official correspondence because it will put both you and your organization at risk. Will make both to be vulnerable. And also wherever possible, we see a lot of government officers using public domain email provider like Gmail or Hotmail or Yahoo Mail or something like that for their official communication. It's not difficult to get an official email account in Sri Lanka. I mean, ICT agency provides that. I mean, government network provides that. So please use that. Why I am telling it is dangerous, right? Let's say there's an email address called chatura123@gmail.com, right? I mean, so Chatura name has gone, so the next one available is chatura123@gmail.com. That's my email address. If it was chatura123@University of Maratha UOM.lk, let's say you try to send me an email by mistake, when you type it, you rather than chatura123, you type chatura124, right? So if it is chatura124@uom.lk, when you send me the email, there's no user in University of Maratha like that, so you will see the mail bouncing back to you. But if you send it to Gmail, it's very likely that there's someone called chatura124 in Gmail because of the large number of email accounts they are having. It will go to that person, right? And I, as a legitimate recipient, I will never receive that email. And you are not aware that you have sent the email. It has not gone to the real person. It has gone to someone else. So same as if you are Director General at xyz at gmail.com, right? So xyz, some name. When you type the name of the organization, sometimes we get very long names of organizations. You just make a simple mistake, and the email will end up in somewhere else. And most of the hackers, what they do is that they create emails like that under their account so that they can collect information. So that's a very dangerous situation, not only for you, even for your clients, people who would communicate with you. So always try to use official email address for official communication and use your personal email for only for your personal purposes. So there are certain do's and don'ts in the email, right? Again, verify the sender, verify every URL that you get, be vigilant on the content, look at what are the attachment, the appropriateness and the type of the attachment. And when your spam filter moves the email to the spam folder, don't just right click and say that treat it as trusted, because spam filters know what are the risky domains. They know about the red flags. They have moved that email to the spam folder because of a due to a reason. So don't simply ignore that, but look at the email, check why it is, why it has been classified as spam, and if you are satisfied that it is safe to open, only you should open that email. And when you open opening attachment, be careful of any warning message that might appear. When you are forwarding emails, if you see a suspicious email, never forward it to someone else, because you might be in trouble. You are putting him also in trouble. So chain mails are very dangerous. And whenever the email link to other things with URLs, always make sure that you verify before sending any information, right? And if you are sending sensitive data to someone else, right? Let's say even if you are sending a sensitive document, always encrypt the document with another password. Put a password to the document, send it through the email, and send the password through a different channel, not in the same email or not in another email. Right? Send the password through some other channel. And also avoid using multiple recipients in the same email, because most spam filters will detect that as a red flag, generally considered as a red flag. So if you frequently send emails to multiple recipients, ask your IT staff to create a mailing list for you and send it through the mailing list rather than sending it to number of individual emails. So always remember, prevention is better than having to recover your data from your machine or your organization. The similar things applies to web browsing also. For example, keep your browser updated, because there are vulnerabilities in every browser. Hackers will find it out, and the manufacturer of the browser, the software vendor, will come up with a patch to that. So if you don't apply those patches, if you don't apply those updates, then your browser will be at risk. And whenever you open a URL, check the URL. If the URL starts with an IP address, that's a red flag. No proper organization will have their website without a domain name linked to IP address. And if you are an organization, don't have your organized website also with the IP address. Make sure that you get a proper domain name. It's not difficult for the government to get a proper name in the government domain. And also look at the padlock sign that appears in the URL, whether the certificate associated with this website is secure or not. Right? If it is red, that's a risky flag. I have seen that there are many public organizations who have not obtained a certificate for their valid certificate of their website. As a result, the website appears as let's say marked as a dangerous website. Certificates are not expensive. Compared to the investment that you create in you do in creating the website. So please obtain a certificate and make it proper and trustworthy for the others. So, and browsers will ask you to save the password, and that is also a risk, because the moment you log into start the browser and log into certain websites, it will automatically log you in. For example, if you have a Gmail account or a live Hotmail account, very likely when you open the browser and when you go to Google, you are logged into the Google. So if you leave your computer and maybe go for the washroom or even go to have a tea, someone in the room, someone sitting in front of the computer will have access to your account. So avoid saving password in the browser, not because the password storage is not safe, but to prevent the automatic login. So that's another important thing. And before clicking every button or every link, think that, make it a habit to think that way, to hover it over the link and see whether the button reflects the proper URL. That's another good habit that you can develop. So never leave the key on the door. If you have automatically logged into a website, let's say maybe Google, maybe any other service provider, YouTube even, right? So that's like leaving your key on the door lock. Never do that, because if you leave the key on the door lock, anyone can open it, right? So always log out. Whenever you log into Gmail, do whatever you want, and as soon as you finish it, log out. Don't leave the browser. Don't simply close the browser even, right? Always log out. Always log out is much more safer than timeout. Right? And also some of us think that, okay, I can keep it logged in by I'll activate my screensaver or screen lockout, and that is safe enough. It provides some degree of protection, but it is not safe enough. Right? I mean, it's not difficult to hack into the screen lockout or especially screensaver, and then do some activity. If it get if a proper, I mean, with a person with the required knowledge get connected to your machine. Okay, that's about the computer and the common software that you use. How your devices in your environment can be at risk, can make you at risk, right? I mean, unknown to us, most of these devices will keep records of what we do. For example, organization may be having a web-based solution, right? But still, the devices, the local device will have some information. And also, we connect those devices to systems. Sometimes we connect our mobile phone through the USB cable, simply charge the phone or transfer some music files or movie or clip or something like that. Or maybe you scan a document, rather than scanning, you take a picture of a document and you want to transfer that email, you connect the USB cable. And that, when you connect the cable, depending on the settings, in fact, but in most cases, it's not only the data connection that you get other connections also possible with the phone. So someone who has control of the phone or someone who has control of the machine, there's a risk that he might get access to the other device as well. So wherever possible, try not to connect any unauthorized device into your office computer or even your personal computer, unless you are sure that the device itself is very secure. So what are the risk factors? The organization might have Wi-Fi networks. Many organizations set up temporary networks in their places because of the COVID situation, and most of them are Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi networks very often become easy entry points to hackers, right? Because they come with a default password, and most of the time, when you install it, you don't change it. And hacking into Wi-Fi device is not very difficult. I mean, there are protections, but it's not impossible, right? I mean, it can be done. And always make sure that you set up your Wi-Fi network properly so that only authorized devices can connect to the Wi-Fi network. Not anyone can even, and keep in mind the Wi-Fi key is, especially a shared key, is not a proper way of security at all, even at the basic level. And your personal devices, you are logged into that. The devices are logged in, connect to the internet very often, so that when you connect it to a phone, a computer, they can very easily become a backdoor to the system. So avoid connecting them to your machines unless it's absolutely necessary. Scanners and digital copiers of most digital devices, when you scan, there's a temporary copy of the scan file stored in the local storage of those devices. You may have a web-based system. Your hard disk in the local machine might have a scanned copy. When you take a picture from your phone and transfer it to the in your computer, the original image in the phone may also be available in there, and that may be a very confidential or sensitive document. So keep that in mind, right? So the devices that are supposed to be intermediary might maintain logs or copies of the information that we are looking at. As I mentioned earlier, even the dustbin can be an information store for a hacker. And there are many spying devices. Someone might somehow get into your office room and install one of those devices. Your CCTV camera is one such risk factor. I mean, if you have CCTV in your office environment, make sure that the CCTV is focused such a way that your keyboard is not covered. I mean, I have seen ATM machines in Sri Lanka fitted with CCTV cameras. The CCTV camera will record the keystroke that you do. It will record the PIN number that you type on the screen or the keyboard. And sometimes the CCTV camera in such a way that, or you keep your computer in such a way that it will record the keystroke that you make. In fact, in a forensic investigations that happened in a bank, I mean, we were able to discover the phone number that someone was typing in his phone simply based on the CCTV footage. I mean, this was a legitimate purpose for investigation, but he was trying to call someone, and that phone number we got from by monitoring the way his hand moves, which was available in the normal Windows CCTV. So it can be that risky. So make sure that it is properly designed, properly installed, and properly positioned to make the privacy and the protections that are required. And it's not difficult to install a spy device. I mean, there are spy devices which are like electric lights, electric bulbs, plug tops, multi-plug adapters, phone chargers, pen drives, I mean, which can contain a camera or audio recording device. I mean, it's not difficult for someone to get someone to plug that into one of your office room, and I mean, and maybe after a couple of days, I mean, connect it through someone and see what happens inside the office room if you're handling some confidential or sensitive information, right? So that's also another risk factor that you have to be worried about. So typically, in terms of your environment, what safety measures you can take? Make sure that all devices that you use are properly updated and installed with all security patches. I mean, operating system security patches, application software, virus scanners, they are maintained, updated. And always use only authorized devices. Never allow anyone to plug an unauthorized device into your system or allow unauthorized device to be installed. Most of the CCTV camera recorders that comes under some sort of a vision name, I mean, irrespective of their brand name, their internal circuit is same, manufactured usually in China, and they have a default password. You may not be aware. There's a default password which you can use to log into that. I mean, other than the normal administrative password and the user password, there's a default password which is meant for maintenance purpose, but people know about that, right? So through that, you can log into the system and see what is there, and even erase some information in the system. And always, whenever device is not used, always power it down. Right? When you leave the office, make sure your computer is shut down, your printer is switched off, your scan is switched off. I mean, any device that is connected to the computer is powered down. And avoid using social media accounts or similar services on your office computers, because that creates another channel for someone to access. It may be difficult to do that, but to get some spyware installed is not impossible. I mean, that has happened in many places, and that's a risk factor. And also, whenever you sign maintenance contracts with service providers, always keep in mind that there are some residual information in the disk. For example, when your photocopy machine, the digital copy is sent for repairs, make sure you should be aware that the hard disk of that might have some of the scanned images, artifacts from those scanned images. When you send your personal office computer to repair, your hard disk might have some of the information. When you give your mobile phone to replace the screen to a mobile phone repair shop, right? All your Gmail account, your bank account, PIN numbers that you have saved in the phone is there. So always make sure that whenever possible, if you are giving it for repair, either keep those storage devices with you or have the agreement signed with the service provider such that you are protected and they agree to keep those devices with you when they take it, or destroy those parts. Even if you condemn and dispose your computer, make sure that those parts are destroyed or disposed in the proper way that no one can get the information. And also, once you are logged into the machine, make sure that it is always attended by someone. If you are moving out, make sure that you log out from the screen. And be vigilant about your environment. I mean, someone has installed something new, and make sure that it is done in a proper way by an authorized person and due to some purpose. Right? Don't let someone come and just install a plug, go change the bulb without no reason. I mean, that's something you need to be concerned about. And also, whenever you want to destroy paper documents, printouts, or anything like, always use a paper shredder, not simply to throw it away, because that's another very common way of leaking out those information. So this is from an end user's point of view, but if you're an administrator of an organization or a systems person, then there are also things that you have to be vigilant about. Have an acceptable use policy for all users in the organization. It's kind of a document, policy document that organization or regulation document that the organization will have, which will describe what they can do with office provided or government provided assets. I mean, whether they can connect their mobile phone to the computer, whether they can use their own devices for official work. I mean, that kind of a policy document is very important for an organization. It's not difficult to find a template like that, and you might have to customize to fit your organization's scope of work and the system. And then having that given to users is a very important point. And limit external devices through a central control system. I mean, there are many technologies that can be used to there are technologies that through that you can even control the USB port, whether it can be used to charge a phone or not. That level control is technically available So when you design or plan for automation, include that also in the plan, how you manage your device in a secure manner. Regularly monitor the system activity, because system comes with log file monitoring tools, various dashboards, etc. I mean, they are there for a purpose. So regularly monitor them to see any unusual activity in the system. Make sure that when you sign a warranty clause, when you procure something, when you put a warranty, make sure that how you handle the residual devices, damaged device like especially storage devices, but under what clauses, I mean, whether you have to return them to the vendor as a faulty part, because most vendors will insist for the faulty part when they do a repair. So whether they can be released or not, depending on the sensitivity of the data that you are handling, think about that. And if you are handling places where sensitive data and sensitive operations are done, consider the physical security also. Not a simple door log, having electronic access control system, and keep a log of who comes in, who goes out. Right. So that's a very important point that enables the control. So usually when you have user accounts, I mean, when a system is installed, typically for maintenance purposes, those people who are doing maintenance will create test accounts to test versions, maybe an upgrade or something like that. And very often those test accounts are left there even after the upgrade is done. And sometimes these test accounts may have even privileged access. So make sure that whenever an upgrade or some change is done to your system, all the artifacts that are created for that purpose are removed immediately after the operation is done. I have seen places where test accounts with privileged access just left in the system, and somewhere in the world someone knows that one. Even the admin staff of the organization doesn't know the past credentials for those accounts. And also when you have access points, make sure they are properly secured, right? And also when you create user account, always try to create privileges for the user that at the required level. Because many users would like to have elevated privilege because it's easy for them to work. I mean, you don't need to get a secondary approval or anything like that. Especially if you have in-house support staff from the who provide technical support, they are very likely to work with. They're very much likely to use supervisory accounts for their regular work. I mean, we very often see that the developers, people who do system maintenance, etc., they come and directly log into the system at the highest authority level and do work because that make their work easier, I mean, for them. But that's very insecure way of handling it. Organizations' root accounts or the supervisor accounts should only be known to the responsible staff, someone responsible in the organization. It should never be with your service providers. Whenever service provider needs elevated privileges, it should be someone in the organization who would grant that privileges temporarily, and as soon as that work is over, the relevant credentials has to be changed and kept it in a safe place. So that's a very important thing and very often oversighted by administrative staff, especially in government organizations. So that's something that you have to be very careful. If you look at recent media reports and incidents, I think you should, I don't need to say the significance of that. So this is about the elevated privilege. Make sure that no one, including technical staff, use elevated privileges, especially the top level root accounts, to do routine tasks. Create an account which has required level of access and let them use it. If they need elevated access for temporary purpose, grant them, but as soon as it is finished, remove it. And many devices, when they come from the factory, as when you buy it new, especially wireless access points and things like that, their default configuration is that the accounts are given root privileges or supervisory privileges. So make sure that those accounts are properly managed. Either remove those privileges or provide them with the required access. For example, if you buy a new computer, very like the default user account that you log into the computer itself, it has the administrative privilege. So make sure that those privileges are managed before you put it to production list. And whenever you send a machine to repair, even your personal mobile phone, if you get it repaired from someone, make sure that you do a factory reset after that, because that person might have installed something even without him knowing. He may download some utility from somewhere to do some work, and that the utility might have a backdoor to your system. So make sure that nothing is installed like that during the repair. To make sure that you set it to the factory defaults or do a factory reset before you put it to the production list. So that basically concludes my presentation. And in a final note, remember that you might put the world's best, strongest lock to your door, but if you leave the key on the keyhole, that is useless. So be safe, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. De Silva. That was a very informative presentation. Thank you for taking us through it. We don't have any questions for now, so I think we are good to wrap up. Do we have any questions on Facebook or YouTube? Can you all?
No.
No, looks like we don't. So, Darwin?
So, thank you so much once again, Chatra De Silva, for being here, Doctor. Thank you so much. It's been a very insightful talk. We do want to remind our participants we've got 2 more days to go, and tomorrow we've got
Series of
events, and especially if you're looking into like open source thing at 10 o'clock, demystifying cyber for CEOs and business executives. So if you're a CISO, CIO, or a CEO, and you want to listen what CISO feels, you should be there. And we've got few sessions and also a panel discussion, which will be done in Sinhala by one of our own staff. And we've got also activities lined up for day 3. So stay tuned, and we'll have all this information available on our website. And also we hear people saying that some of them have not received the link. We have distributed them, but at the same time, we'll try and have them on our Facebook page along with our website. Thank you so much. So with that, Nilushi, we cannot forget to thank our sponsors. So once again, let's thank Huawei for coming on board and giving those prizes to the Hacking Challenge winners.
And we've got Cyber4Dev.
Certainly.
Delta Spike, Cisco Networking Academy. Then we've got Cyber Rangers, Articulate, Diamond.
VSIS, IC Squared, Daily FD, and SLT and Mobito. We thank you everyone for coming on. This all happened. So thank you so much. So with that, our session for today, day 1, comes to an end. We just want to remind all the participants, you need to be at least part of 50% of the sessions to be eligible to get a certificate. That's something that we need to tell you. So if you've just joined in, we've seen people, some of them who have joined in for minutes and have gone. Fortunately, certificates will not be issue certificates. So if we have in total around 16 to 17 events. So at least you've got to be present for at least 15 of them, half of them, to obtain a certificate. So having said that, thank you so much
for joining us today. We look forward to having you all tomorrow as well.
At the same time, 9 o'clock. Thank you so much. Have a good day.